Formula One kicks off its 2021 campaign with pre-season testing here from the Shakir circuit in Bahrain. It's the first stop also on this record-breaking 23 race calendar. 2 weeks' time, the season opens here in Bahrain before going on to Imola for the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. A new venue returning as well, Portugal, on the 30th of April to the 2nd of May. Spain kicks off as well the traditional European season on the second weekend of May, followed then by Monaco, the jewel in the crown. Azerbaijan, under question, but saying going ahead without fans, the first race to confirm. 11th to the 13th of June, the Canadian Grand Prix with the controversial sprint race format due to be debuted there. The French Grand Prix returns at Paul Ricard. Austria then just back to one event. The same goes for the British Grand Prix on the 18th of July. Hungary is on the last weekend of July and the first weekend of August, followed by the summer break before a triple header in Belgium, back to the Dutchland with the Netherlands Grand Prix, and Italy once again at the home of Ferrari in Monza. On the 24th to the 26th of September, we will go to Russia once again. Singapore unusually gets an October date, Japan following a week later. Then we're off stateside. The United States Grand Prix returns at the Circuit of the Americas on the 24th of October. Mexico on Halloween, the Day of the Dead celebrations, before Brazil in the first weekend of November. Australia pushed back from its season opener to the 21st streets of Jeddah for Saudi Arabia's first Grand Prix under the lights, and the season concludes where it started, in the desert of the Gulf state, to Abu Dhabi on the 12th of December to round out a record-breaking 23-race season. The second part of the opening day of pre-season testing, it's the afternoon session, another 4 hours ahead of us. Let's take a look around the Shakir circuit, the Bahrain International Circuit, 3.362 miles, 15 turns, 3 DRS zones, and an elevation change high at 40 meters. It is the trickiest circuit on the calendar in terms of constant time. Start the lap now. Already in 8th gear, flat out on the overtake button. Maximum fuel usage as you hit the first real heavy braking zone on the track. Down to 2nd gear for the right-handed turn 2. Left as well up the hill towards turn number 4. Open up the DRS zone for the first time. Now swoop round turn number 4. Now don't go for the apex all the time. Let the car drift out as you get the better run through 5, 6 and 7. Jump the curves a little bit into the braking zone 9 of turn 8, really heavy, really put the power down through 2nd gear. Now turns 9 and 10, the trickiest corners on the track, a double left whilst braking. Turn 10, hardest to crack. Go for the outside wider line, you get a straighter one for the 2nd DRS detection point on the run down the national straight towards turn number 11. Flick the car into the left, put the power down mid-apex to drift you out wide through 12 and into turn 13, my favourite part of the track. Get too much of the curves, the car will spin you round. Into 14 now, quick flick to the left before opening up the DRS once again, and straight down now, under the sand dunes as well, into turn number 15 and 16. The really 2 last braking points on the track. Flick the car into the left, the little corner there counts as the last corner, flat out to the line, DRS open again in the first zone, and that is a lap of the Bahrain International Circuit.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm really glad to be here commenting with you today. It's really a pleasure, and I hope this session will be exciting.
Green light is on. The session is underway. Cars going out onto the track soon, hopefully. You've been watching yesterday. I know you couldn't watch this morning, but what have you made of pre-season testing so far?
So far, I think that Alpine looked very strong in the preseason testing. That will need to be confirmed in the race. Uh, Mercedes, I think they were a little bit off, but it's just testing. So we know that they are extremely consistent during the year. So I mean, no worry for them. And Red Bull also, with Sergio Perez in it this year, it's going to be really interesting. And also, yesterday there was a huge sandstorm during preseason testing. It was like driving on Mars with the cars. It was quite amazing
That is
to see it.
that's a perfect way to describe the horrible sandstorm of yesterday. Thankfully, not today though, so that we should get a lot of track action for you in the commentary box this afternoon.
Yeah, I hope so.
Saying that, no cars running out into the track straight away though. They were supposed to be a couple of cars doing long runs, but no one in a hurry to go down on the track. This morning, I've put my glasses on to see, Ricciardo was a 132.215, topping the session once again in the running order. He topped yesterday. Do you think this is a genuine pace from McLaren?
I think, yes, they have the new Mercedes engine this year. So I think they really worked this winter to make the car fast for this year. And I think, yeah, there will be, yes, they will maybe for third in the championship. I think they can fight for this.
I've been thinking the same as well. A team that's certainly going to try and challenge them for that third in the Constructors' Championship is Ferrari. And they are just changing over from Carlos Sainz this morning to Charles Leclerc for the afternoon. And Lance Stroll in the car for Aston Martin. And Sebastian Vettel this morning having a gearbox issue, meaning that he was limited in running, completing, if I look at this track map in front of me correctly, completing only 10 laps across it. So, Sebastian Vettel and Aston Martin, what was your thought of that when the news broke last year?
I was surprised at first, but I mean, it could work really well. Because at Ferrari, he was beat down. I think during the last years at Ferrari, it was tough. But now that he's in a new team, new environment, I mean, it could be a revival for him in Aston Martin.
Absolutely. Just quickly, track temperature is at 23 degrees. That's 73 degrees Fahrenheit. Air temperature at 24 degrees. Unfortunately, we've lost the percentage on the track map I'm looking at. Humidity at 27%. Blue skies, no sign of any sandstorms, but nobody's heading out onto the track, so slightly disappointed with that. But it gives us time to talk about the 2020 season a lot that I wanted to get your views on. What was your race of the year last year?
My race of the year, I think it was right here at Bahrain, but it was the Sakir Grand Prix.
Yes, same.
This race for me was the best race of the season. I was on the edge of my seat during the whole race. Like you had George Russell in the Mercedes, Jack Aitken replacing him at Williams. You also had Pietro Fittipaldi replacing Romain Grosjean after that huge crash that he had at Bahrain. And so it was really the race. If I need to rewatch one race from 2020, it's the Sakir Grand Prix, I think.
Completely agree with you. I've got that on my laptop, and I often just find myself rewatching bits and bobs from that race throughout. It's fantastic.
Yes.
I think I'm remembering correctly. Mugello was another two red flags, three starts to that race.
Yes, it was also a race that was unexpected, really. But the 2020 season, I think, can be summed up by expect the unexpected, really.
I think that's it, yeah.
This was the 2020 season.
Completely unpredictable. and unexpected, and I loved every minute of it. 2021 looks to be most of the same, certainly in terms of who's going to leave this test with the most advantage on the cars. People saying that Mercedes are going to fall behind. I don't believe that, because they did a lot more running this morning than even they did yesterday afternoon. So it's not a case of sandbagging, it's a case of they've only lost 4 hours.
I don't think that they will fall behind this year. They have been extremely consistent for the past 7 years. 7 constructor titles, 7 driver titles too. They have been like the top team, the team that everybody watches and try to learn from.
Ferrari coming back. I don't want to say a rookie, but it's a young driver lineup. We've got Carlos Sainz in his 6th season, and Charles Leclerc, who's effectively the team leader. Are Ferrari, in your opinion, if you agree or disagree, I'd love to get your comment on this, are they going down the route of let's get them in young rather than experience because they want them faster to try and get back up in the points?
I don't think so, because Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz are both extremely talented too. They're really, really consistent drivers, and so I think they signed them because they're really good and they very want to get back winning and win a championship. So they have signed those 2 drivers with this objective in mind. I think getting back to the top.
Absolutely. Apologies, I'm just looking on the chat as well that we lost audio at the beginning, I think on my microphone. I think you were fine, Matteo, but on my microphone, I don't think it was connected to the right one, although it's working now. I'm thankful, so apologies for that. It's Butterfingers up in the commentary box. But look, I don't know if you're watching the same pictures as on the world feed right now on the Bahrain track.
Yes, I have the feed there.
Which do you prefer then? Do you prefer the normal Bahrain circuit or the outer loop circuit?
Honestly, I will go with the outer loop circuit, because it is just an extremely fast track. Constantly action everywhere on the track. The action is never stopping on this track.
I completely agree. I would have really, really loved it if they had made the opening round of the year on the outer loop circuit. Yeah, that would have been insane. And I feel sorry for Lewis Hamilton. He never got a chance to race around it because of catching coronavirus. So that's really, really upsetting, because I think he wouldn't have dominated anything. The same thing would have happened to Russell, but it would have been interesting. Is that Fernando Alonso just standing by? Yep, waiting to get into the Alpine at the moment. Are you an Alonso fan by any chance?
Yes, I am.
I thought
I'm an Alonso fan. And seeing him back in Formula 1 is really great. Like another champion coming back with his former team, Renault, now Alpine. It's really great to see him again.
Go on. Sorry, go on.
Some people were complaining about why would they take an old driver. They have new drivers too. Well, that's true. It's a bit sad for the F2 drivers that were waiting to get into Formula 1. But right now, what they need is experience to get back to the top for 2022.
No one out on track at the moment. Synthol asking, are you watching on F1 TV? Well, we're on Sky. I'm watching on Sky Sports F1. I can't speak for you personally where you're watching on, Matteo.
I'm on F1 TV, but I think I have like 5 to 10 seconds. I'm behind you.
Right. In my commentary box, I know my pictures I watch are 8 seconds behind. So, yeah, internet speed's not that great. Charles Leclerc, though, is coming out on the track, I think, on the test tyre of Pirelli. So this is the one that they're testing for the second half of 2021. And he's the only car out on the track. What have you made of the new Ferrari livery? Because it's been a sort of diverse opinion, hasn't it?
Yes. I mean, without the green logo, it's it's perfect for me. I love it with the back of the car is a bit darker, reminding the old paint scheme of the Ferraris. But I think they put the green logo just really to talk about the sponsor, because the
Yeah.
sponsor, all their logo are black and white, like you can see on the rear wing, the team suit, and, but there on the car it's green. I think it's really just to talk about the sponsor.
Yeah, it's just to sort of give it more emphasis. As another green car comes out, Lance Stroll takes over from Sebastian Vettel and he's back out on the track in the Aston Martin. Behind him, Pierre Gasly in the AlphaTauri has taken over from Yuki Tsunoda from this morning. Let's quickly then talk about the Aston Martin replacing Racing Point. Do you think what do you think their hopes for this year are?
I think they are aiming for third in the championship too. The midfield battle for third, I think it will be really exciting this year. There are a lot of teams aiming for that third place in the constructor championship. Like we know that 1-2 will be Mercedes and Red Bull, but the third place, this is where there is going to be a lot of action.
Ferrari, McLaren, Aston Martin, you were said, and it's been said numerous times over the past 12 hours of commentating, that it seems to be that balance of cars at the moment. Mick Schumacher has just come out onto the track, and I don't know about you, but every time I see the MSC, I'm instinctively want to say Michael. Instead of
yeah, I don't really have that because I'm still fairly young. I haven't really watched the races with Michael Schumacher, but sometimes I think like MSC Michael Schumacher, but then it's Mick Schumacher.
Yeah,
like I'm also calling Mick Schumacher Michael Schumacher sometimes.
I've done the same.
So,
yeah,
but it's really exciting to have a Schumacher back in Formula One.
I understand the only reason they've done that is because Ralph Schumacher's son, David, might get into Formula One at the same time. So in order to confuse that, because in Formula 2, Mick Schumacher was MCH, now he's MSC. But if David Schumacher does make it to Formula One, he'll be DSC.
Yes, I think.
Yeah. So that would be MR and D. So MRD. Would be in Formula One with all the siblings. Rolf, of course, the father, never got in, but he was more of a challenger. Charles Leclerc's just run wide at the top of the hill at turn 4. We saw that a lot this morning as well with the running wide. I don't know if it was especially in the last hour, I think, when you joined on the YouTube chat.
Yes, I've just watched the last 15 minutes. There wasn't really anything apart that testing red flag.
Yes,
that's it.
The testing red flag, which I thought was a waste of time. They should have done that after the session.
Yes.
Alonso was on a hot lap as well. That annoyed Megan, who was in the commentary box at the time. He was like, no, give us it. But there's Mick Schumacher out of the car. Someone's gone off the track because there's a big sand dune just been kicked up. I think who's in front? It's Lance Stroll. I think it's just ran a little bit wide at the exit of the last corner. But Gasly's just crossing the line. No time set at the moment on the board, but as I say that, Gasly's just crossed the line behind, and he's done a 140.319. Stroll did a 136.055 and goes P10. So they're keeping it consistent out there. Now, finally, we get cars on the track, and Synthol says, I think because Verne had VAR. Yeah, that's point. Jean-Eric Verne was VAR, wasn't he? And then everyone got confused because Verstappen became VAR.
Yes.
That was a couple of years back.
That's true. It was 2015, I think.
Yes, yeah. So, touching on a bit of yourself there, do you watch any other form of motorsport? I know I've seen you on the Formula E streams we do, but any other series you watch?
I watch mainly Formula One, a little bit of WEC also. They have the new hypercars this year.
Yep.
Formula E. Also, but I'm not that consistent watching Formula E. And also there is the GT3 Championship, how is it called now? Before it was the Blancpain GT Championship.
Yeah,
but it has changed.
is it the World?
AWS.
Yeah, it's something like that.
Yes,
AWS, yeah.
yes. They have the live on YouTube, so
Yeah,
that's nice.
I know. I would love it if all of motor racing was on YouTube because that would be free to wear, and think about the thousands and thousands of views they would get.
Yes, that's true. But F1, I think they are broadcasting the first 15 minutes of practice
Yeah.
and the 15 last minute, the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, so at least they're being consistent with something. But I know that the Formula 2 and Formula 3 races this year are going to be on YouTube for Formula 1's on YouTube channel. And either way, we're here doing it with watch-alongs. So going forward then into this opinion, then I would love to get your opinion. Sergio Perez, we touched on this earlier on, with him now at Red Bull. First of all, were you surprised that Albon got the old heave shoe out?
I wasn't really surprised that Red Bull kicked him off, but I think that I think that he would have gone to AlphaTauri, but they completely ejected from the F1 program, and now he's in DTM. So it was a little bit. I wasn't expecting that. And Sergio Perez in a Red Bull, I think he's going to be really strong. He has his first win last year here at the Sakir Grand Prix, but since forever, I think he's been an extremely good driver. But he hadn't really got the chance to prove it with the cars that he had. But he's a brilliant driver, and he will perform very well, I think, here. And he really can aim for podiums this year.
Oh, completely. I mean, I'm keeping my fingers crossed as well for a race win, if that's possible. Maybe. Also, Perez had his opportunity to go over to Ferrari, but chose McLaren. And then the McLaren that year in 2013 was, well, it was abysmal, really. It was the start of their downfall. So I feel like it's sort of right that Perez has got this chance to prove what he can do. So I agree. I'm hoping for podiums and wins. Danny Kvyat then got kicked out completely the program for, I think, is the 5th time now. He's moved back over to Ferrari, as far as I know, although he's racing somewhere else. Have you?
Kvyat, I think he's the test driver for Alpine this year.
That's it, yes.
So he's
Alpine, yeah.
He's still in Formula 1. He's still involved. And I think he's just waiting for a seat.
Yeah. I think Kvyat is going to be just like, it's just going to swoop in every now and then and just take a drive for a year. I'm trying to think of a driver that's done that before in Formula 1. I can't think of it. Alonso springs to mind. But I'm going to go Luca Badoa. Just parachute him in every time he needed. On board then at the moment, Lance Stroll. He's on a lap time. He's just set laps. We've got running. Only Norris and Bottas hasn't set a time at the moment. They have remained in the pit lane. Schumacher, Giovinazzi and Stroll are out on the circuit at the moment. And Schumacher's gone 9th, a 1:35.463. Giovinazzi 10th. 1:35.989 and Stroll 11th, a 1:36.055. So a nice calm introduction to the afternoon session.
There is a question on the YouTube. It's do you think Verstappen can win the championship this year, or maybe Bottas?
Oh, go on. You take it first.
So honestly, I don't think Verstappen will win this year, but maybe he can be second, overtaking Bottas in the championship. Like my prediction is Hamilton, Verstappen, and then Bottas this year.
That's my same prediction as well, because I don't see anybody beating Hamilton. And Bottas it was in that last race, wasn't it, in Abu Dhabi? Bottas and Verstappen were still battling for second, and Bottas just got it because if I look at my notes that I've got in front of me, and Verstappen won the race, but Bottas finished second, which put him 9 points behind Bottas. So yeah, but I do agree. I think Verstappen will up his game this year.
So I also had that talking about points, like how close it is. Like in 2022, there is going to be a massive change in regulations to hopefully bring the field closer, much more closer racing, more thrilling championship. They, when they want a closer championship, they always modify the cars. But why don't they just modify the way points are attributed to the drivers? Because if the first driver only has 10 points and the 10th has 1 point, this could mean a much more thrilling championship. If you have a DNF, it's going to be huge.
I agree.
For the championship.
Yeah, I completely agree. I was toying around with that idea over the winter, just writing numbers down with the positions and just seeing what would work. And I can't, for some reason, I just cannot believe we don't use a MotoGP style system where the gap between them is like 5 points between the winner and second, 25 to 20. Because it's 7 points at the moment. Yes. It's ridiculous. Yeah. And no wonder Hamilton always, it's NASCAR point system, really. And Hamilton runs away with it. And as you say, Bottas has a DNF. The gap is then all of a sudden increased. So, yeah, I completely agree. 10 points to first and 1 point for 10th would make a lot of sense. I think it would be amazing.
Yes, like at the end of the season, Hamilton has more than 300 points. But if you look back to the past, like in the past years of Formula One, sometimes the driver finishes the season with less than 50 points.
Yeah. Well, who finished last year with less than 50? There was quite a lot of them, weren't they? Below 50. Oh, well, here we go. Vettel is the first one on the list to finish below 50, 33 points. Kvyat, Hulkenberg, Raikkonen, Giovinazzi, Russell, Grosjean and Magnussen only scored 2 and 1. And then Latifi, Aitken and Fittipaldi never scored anything. But yeah, so that's what, a third of the field not scoring any points. More than that, actually. That is unbelievable. I mean, I would completely change the system. And I want to get your opinion on the points as well, because it's been discussed that they're going to introduce sprint races this year as a qualifying format. And what's your opinion on that? Because I've been sort of like, let's give it a try, but I don't agree with it. It's sort of like I'm going in closed-minded. What's your opinion on sprint races?
I mean, sprint races, I'm not a huge fan of that. But it's really for the show that they are doing these sprint races. It's not really for pure racing. Well, I mean, it's racing, it's fun. But if there isn't any sprint races, I don't mind it at all.
Yeah.
Like, it's more action for the fans. So that's great, but yeah, I'm not too keen to see that.
They're even talking about awarding points for the sprint racing, and that's just going to confuse the championship even more. I mean, the one thing you don't want is the championship decided by a result of the sprint race. Like, it's, say, 15 points for a win, and Hamilton wins the last one in Brazil. That puts him 15 points ahead of Bottas, who's retired. The championship could be sorted then, with only 4 races left. They're not thinking about it as in it's going to detract away from the main attention. So I'm hoping that they try it in Canada and then go, bad idea, let's get rid of it.
Yes. It was like, I don't know which year was it, but they tried a new qualifying format that was absolutely rubbish, and they scrapped it immediately.
The 90-second elimination qualifying, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, the track as well, which one thing really annoyed me, Melbourne, at that point, it was, 2016, so the cars are still slow. It took 1 minute 50 to do an outlap and about 1 minute 20 odd to do an actual lap. So, and of course, as soon as the clock hit down from that 90, if you were on a lap, you couldn't finish it. So it was very confusing. I remember that was about, what was that, 2016, yeah. I was very angry with that. I was standing in the commentary box. I seem to remember commenting at the time on that one, saying that this is the worst farce since the Grand National that never got going. Yeah. So working on. Well, I tell you what. Some of the group chat are agreeing. Yes. Interesting comments. Great job, guys. Well, there you go.
Yep. This is my mother. She's watching, so Hello.
Well, you're fitting in perfectly with the commentary box role. I know you said how you were unsure, but you've been doing a perfect job at the moment.
Thank you very much. It's the first thing. It's the first time I'm doing this, and in English also. Because usually I speak French, so this is the first. I'm practicing like the cars.
It's doing well. Pre-season testing the best way, and honestly, you're doing a fantastic job. So, Megan said to me actually when I said that you were coming on the show. I don't know if you were watching the time. She said, "Am I being replaced?" I said, "Yes, yes, you are."
No, you are not being replaced, Megan. Don't worry.
Megan will be back at I think 3 o'clock, and then 3 o'clock. No, 2 o'clock. I'm getting. You see, it's all the times muddled up. I'm working on 4 time zones at the moment with commentators. But I want to have a look as Ricardo still tops the board, but I'm looking because Latifi in 4th place in that Williams on a 1:32.541. Can we read anything into the Williams being this quick so far? I'm personally not, but what's your opinion?
I don't think they will be that quick during the races or during the year, but coming last this year, I don't think that will happen. I think Haas is the slowest team on the grid this year, and that Williams has made a step up, I think. And so, but I think every team he is just waiting for 2022 and the new regulations to really bounce back and try to. Everybody wants to win 2022 because everything will be redistributed. So it's like a blank page for 2022.
Gasly just ran off the track coming out of the last corner. It's just a little bit of a run wide. Easy to do down there at the last corner because it just it trail breaks in and just skids off wide. Have you played the F1 2020 game, obviously?
I haven't. I have the F1 2019 game.
Oh, same one, yeah.
It was the same. And I also have other racing game, Project Cars 2.
Oh, yes,
which is more of a sim racing game, which is really fun. And also Dirt Rally 2.0 rally game.
Oh, they're good. I enjoy a bit of rallying on the Dirt 2.0. Yes. I'll tell you what, though, with Project Cars, because last year, of course, we used the track for all our little graphics. We use the games as the lap mode so we can have not just a blank screen. I got in real difficulty because they added all of those races that weren't on the F1 calendar. So I had to go through Project Cars. I had to go and get the old F1 2011 game for Turkey, F1 2010 for the outer loop in Bahrain. I had to do so much searching and borrowing of consoles and controllers to get it done. And the only beauty from that is Project Cars 2 is such an amazing simulator. I completely agree with you on that. It's good. But just going back to the point, I got sidetracked. Have you done laps around Bahrain on the game? Because the last corner, as I'm sure you know, it's very tricky to actually ace it.
Yes, you come really fast at the entry of the corner, and it's like it's 2 corners in fact.
Yeah.
So you really need to get the first apex right, and then really be on the edge of the track to have a lot of speed, and then you have the DRS zone. And you are flying to turn 1, which is heavy braking, hairpin, 50 miles an hour, 80 kilometers an hour there. Like we have right here, Latifi. Like then you have turn 2, turn 3, left, right, and you have another DRS zone coming to turn 4, which is another braking zone. And then you have the turn 5, 6, and 7, which is really where the downforce show.
It's a fantastic segment. I'm sure, like you, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you nail that on the game, you get the self-satisfaction.
Yes,
it's fantastic. I love it. Bahrain, Montreal, and Interlagos are the 3 tracks I enjoy driving the most on the game. And honestly, I suggest also get F1 2020 just for Vietnam, because first time I tried Vietnam, I hated it. I absolutely hated it. But it's true what they say, you get into a rhythm of it and you find it quite pleasurable driving and acing them. But of course, unlikely we'll ever see Vietnam on the F1 calendar. Hopefully. I hope we do. Just at the moment, Gasly and Latifi out on the circuit at the moment. Perez has actually just come out on the track, which means that all of the blue livery dots are on the driver tracker, which is great. Synthos says, I hope Imola and Portimao will be on the 2021 game. Well, they should be. They've been announced on the calendar long enough for Codemasters to do it. So, yeah. Oh, Synthos added there, I still hate Vietnam.
I never driven on the Vietnam circuit, so I don't know how it is. But honestly, I don't really like street circuits that much. But some of them are great, like Monaco. It's like a legendary race. I mean, this is the street race that I enjoy the most, even if there isn't a lot of action during Monaco races. But it's just great to be there.
Absolutely. I said actually in the broadcast in the first session this morning, I said I really miss Monaco because I really enjoyed 2019's race. It was Verstappen versus Hamilton, and I thought this is motor racing, and then it got cancelled last year. I was upset about that. Although I'm surprised we never did a double in Belgium. Actually, I think are you still in Belgium now?
Yeah, I'm in Belgium.
I'm surprised we didn't do a double at Spa. All these circuits doubling up. A Spa double header would have been fantastic. Yeah. And I would have even moved the start line for race 2 onto the Run to a Rouge, the GT one. I would have done that. It would have been beautiful double. Gasly just seeing a replay out there at the moment. He's just done a 137.3, 9.7 on the board. He's 13th. Norris is out on the track. So yeah, just keeping everyone's really being casual in the opening hour. It's not. We're just going to see some more race runs, really, which is going to be more fun. But after this, what have you got on after this? After your segment on the show, and of course going forward on the weekend, is it a relaxing one?
I think I'm going to work after this.
Oh, wow.
I have work because I'm at university and I have a lot of projects. So I will have a F1 on one screen and I'll be working on the other.
No, relax then. That's
yes.
Yeah. Well, I hope you can chill here for the segment that you're on, and because I said I'd only keep you for an hour. I don't want anyone else to be disadvantaged, because I think it's like I was talking. It's like an hour is the more realistic view compared to keeping everybody for 2 hours. It's really boring during some Sundays. I think that's is that coming from your mum again on the chat?
Yes, it's my mum.
Yes, yeah. It's really boring us on Sundays. I'd love to know as well, as we just see some practice starts from Leclerc and Perez. I'm not surprised it gets boring on Sundays without racing. It's been 3 months now, but don't worry, it's nearly over. 23 races. For you, is 23 races overkill?
I think it's a little bit much. Like 20 races, it's good, it's perfect.
Yeah.
But 23, it's a bit much, I think.
Which races would you drop from the calendar?
I think Dubai.
Yeah.
I would drop this. We haven't even got the circuit, but I don't know. I don't really like it. I think it would be a street circuit, Dubai.
Yeah.
I don't really like that, so I think I would drop Dubai. Another circuit that I don't really like is which one is it? I mean, they're all great.
I know, that's the problem.
In fact,
I would get rid of Sochi if that prompts you in any way.
Yes, Sochi too. I think yes. If there is a circuit that needs to be dropped,
yeah,
there you go.
It's Sochi. Yeah. Okay. 2014, Sochi was boring. 2015, I was like, this is the greatest race ever in Sochi.
Yeah.
And then ever since then, it's like, oh God, is it Sochi this weekend? Please don't tell me I have to do Russia. It's a nightmare for commentators because I get bored halfway through. That's the only race of the year I get bored. Or maybe
sometimes, Russia is sometimes not really good racing, but it is what it is.
Annoyingly, we have more exciting Formula 2 races, so I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking about the third one. Paul Ricard. Paul Ricard, it could be made to work if they change the layout. That's the problem.
Yes,
I mean, they've got
I
100.
think.
Go on.
Yes, go on. Go
I said,
on.
I was just going to say they've only got 127 to choose from. Layouts at Paul Ricard.
Yeah, there is so much possibility with this track. It is insane.
Going through. Oh, Synthil says Dubai? Question mark. Was that Abu Dhabi or Saudi Arabia? I think they're trying to question there.
Saudi Arabia, I
Saudi
think.
Arabia, yeah.
Because Abu Dhabi, I think personally, I really like the track, the layout of the track, the
Yeah, I
flow
do.
of the track, but it's everything around it. I think like it's the last race of the season, replacing Brazil.
Yeah.
Also, it's just for the show that they have this track, but just the track itself, I really like it.
I like it as well. It's a challenge to drive and get right, especially the second sector. But I agree with you, it doesn't really suit the end of the year feel. It suits like 2 or 3 races to go feel. So
Yes.
I wish they'd just changed it around. Ideally, I would put Abu Dhabi, United States, Brazil. That would be my order.
Yeah, I would do that too.
Yeah, because it worked. It worked back in 2012, I want to say. Yeah, so I'll do that. And 13, actually, thinking about it. So let's get that back on. As for some reason, I'm sure if you're watching, you might see Martin Brundle right now, who is crouching down on the circuit for some reason. I don't know what he's doing because I haven't got that in my ears. Hang on, I push this lever, I can hear him in my ear. Oh, Martin's just talking about the cars.
Yeah, the wind, I think.
Yeah, the wind as well.
Yeah, there is also conditions because there was a lot of wind yesterday. Today there is also wind, but it ain't as strong as yesterday. But sometimes it's a challenge driving a car with a lot of wind because the wind can push you side to side when you take fast corners.
I mean, I think you get that a lot, don't you, in the Black Pan Championship? I remember seeing a very scary accident with a car that got launched around by the wind at one of the corners and it skidded off into the gravel trap and somersaulted. I can't remember when that was because now, AWS GT Championship, something. So, yeah, but I seem to remember an accident like that. But question again, because I'm going to keep throwing questions to you over the next couple of hours. Oh, actually, first of all, Synthil's just popped into the chat saying, I'm looking forward to Saudi Arabia. It's a new street circuit, which is very interesting. I've seen, I don't know if you've seen it, but I saw what has been linked as a possible track design, and 37 corners does not sound fun. It basically goes in, it's like the Formula E track, but on steroids.
Yes, I think if the leak is true, it's going to be always turning.
Yeah.
So overtaking this track, I don't know how it will go.
Very difficult.
If there isn't a straight line, but we'll see. I hope it's not true. We'll see.
Yeah, Synthil says, yeah, I saw that design. If that's the case, then I don't want to. It would be a train. It would literally just be a train. Throwing that question back to you as well. Oh, how long have you now been watching Formula One? Did you say?
Since forever, but I really started watching Formula One really consistently since I think 2014, 2015.
Around the hybrid,
this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I was too young before.
over that time, then, and this is something I always ask people who come on the show, who are fans of the sport. I think journalists gives a biased view. What has been your favourite race over that time? And if you can't think of one, you're welcome to do multiple.
Well, I mean, over that period, really, it's going to be also the Saki Grand Prix. Really.
Yeah, that tops it, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yes, it was my favorite race. The past 5 years, 6 years, it was just really an insane race. I loved it.
I agree. I think you're going to get... your mother has said drop Azerbaijan.
Yeah, well, I think it's more my brother who is
is your brother
my
now?
mother account. Yes, because my mother doesn't really watch Formula One. So.
So it must be your brother. Synthil says Azerbaijan is one of the most interesting races, in my opinion.
Yeah, Azerbaijan is a pretty good race, I would say.
Yeah,
because
it flip-flops, doesn't it, between the two?
Yeah,
it switches. Yeah.
It has a long straight also. It's where also Lance Stroll had his podium with Williams in 2017, I think.
Yes. Absolutely.
He was overtook by Bottas, I think, on the last lap.
The line, right at the line.
Yes.
I've still got a sore throat. Oh, that was a crazy day, that one. 2017's race. What was it? Debris everywhere.
Yeah.
Red flagged. That is the only time I can remember Formula One looking foolish in terms of trying to get a restart. That was the first time, sorry. Because it was every time we went green, they were crashing into each other. And then that happened again at Mugello. And I said the same at Mugello. It can't be that hard to accelerate a car in a straight line. And yet somehow they did it, yeah. 2018 was chaotic as well, says Synthought. Well, 2018's race was the Red Bulls coming together, wasn't it? With Ricciardo and Verstappen.
It was also the year where Ferrari could have won the championship, I think, 2018 with Vettel. But he did a lot of mistakes during this season, and it didn't work really well.
Last 5 races, wasn't it? And he spun in every one of them. That was Japan went off and he hit. Who did he hit in Japan? Verstappen.
Verstappen, yes.
Yeah, just that popped into my head there. Going on to it, I would say 2018 was a classic season. I'm gonna put that out there because Formula One had a new feel to it. The graphics helped. It was new ownership. It was more of a party festival feel. And then we had really the challenge from Vettel and Hamilton. And Vettel sort of did break under the pressure. Germany was supposed to mind, Was it Germany that year, 2018?
Yeah. He crashed on his own under the safety car.
Yes, that was it, yeah. I can't remember. Because it happened a year later with Leclerc, didn't it? Yeah. 2018's German Grand Prix and 2019 German's Grand Prix kind of blends in together.
But 2019 German Grand Prix was really chaotic.
Yeah, honestly, because those two races they just blend in together in my head. I can't keep them straight because Leclerc went off, then got back on, then Vettel went off in 2018, then Hamilton hit the wall 2 years running, didn't he? It was like somebody had literally just pressed replay for 2019's race. It was unbelievable the amount of similarities. Do you remember? I said this. I think I was talking about it this morning. Brazil 2016.
Not really.
That was when Max Verstappen was dominant around.
Under the rain.
Yes, the rain. Yeah.
Yes, that race. Yeah. Now I remember.
I was gonna say because I think that's. I don't know how you felt there because Max Verstappen very closely aligned both with the Netherlands and with Belgium as well. So that's sort of the race that I remember everybody because it wasn't Spain where everybody thought this kid's good because everyone said, oh, he's looked into it because Mercedes crashed out. It was that race in Brazil in the wet that everybody thought, wow, he's got something. What did you think of Verstappen? Because I know you said a lot about Verstappen in the chats on YouTube. When did he become a good driver in your view?
I think, he was very young when he started, but it's really when the cars were modified in 2017, 2018, where he really picked up the speed and went on to being a future world champion, I think.
Yeah, I think he is. Do you think he'll do that with Red Bull? Be a champion?
I don't think so.
No.
That he will be champion with Red Bull.
I tell you what, that's just reminded me of. It seems like Christian Horner is. I'm going to use a relationship advice. It's like he's desperately trying to cling on to somebody who's already fell out of love with him. Because Christian's trying to hold on to Max, but Max is already looking at Mercedes.
Yeah.
He knows that either Bottas or Hamilton will be gone at the end of the year, and he is looking to get into that seat.
Yeah. I think Russell is also really looking forward to that seat at Mercedes. He really wants.
I feel that we could have 2 new drivers at Mercedes next year, and they will be Verstappen and they will be Russell. I don't think Hamilton will continue.
I think Hamilton will go on for a little bit more, just a little bit more. And then he will stop, I think.
Do you think he's going to try and get to 10 world titles?
I don't think he's really looking to get to 10 championships, but maybe just driving the new cars. He will want to
Yes.
do that,
Yeah.
and then he will stop his career, I think, after winning almost everything.
Winning everything, rewriting everything. Oh, hello. I don't know if you've seen this on the pitch at the moment. The new safety and medical cars for the Aston Martins are just popping up on the screen, and I would love to get your opinion on the new. I'm sure you've seen it. The new safety cars.
Yes, I've seen them.
What's your opinion?
They are beautiful, I think. Really, the new Aston Martin is just gorgeous, like that green and yellow touch.
Yes, it's
perfect. It looks really, really good.
Have you seen Le Mans with the World Endurance? It's very similar to their GTE cars.
Yes.
Fantastic.
I was expecting that also for the new Aston Martins. Instead of the pink having that yellow line, I think that would have looked even better.
I'm disappointed as well because it's a different. The safety car is the traditional green colour, but on the Aston, it's sort of a little bit lighter. It looks more.
I'm sorry, I have no audio right now. I think my Wi-Fi is lagging a little bit.
It's okay. I'll say. Oh yeah.
Yes. Now it's
lovely.
Good.
Okay, cool.
Now it's good.
I was just about to say, the safety car colour is the traditional green, but the Aston Martin F1 car is ever so slightly lighter, and under the daylight, it looks sort of lime. And I know what you mean about it. If they had the yellow line, it would have made it look more Aston-y from what we're used to. But Bert Marlander, at the moment, if you're watching on Sky F1 or F1 TV, is just showing you lot around the new Mercedes safety car. And they've got some new iPad techniques in there as well. The passenger seat is now completely looks like a race control from Richard Darker, who is the co-driver who reports to the race control. You were puzzling that you could say something there. I'll happily throw it to you.
It's really nice. They are always improving security. In Formula One, they are always making steps forward. Like the cars, sometimes they drop performance, and sometimes they increase performance, but security, they always increase security. So that's really, really good.
No, it's your father. Matteo, who's saying
it's
it.
My father.
Well, pleasure to have on. Whole of the family out there. Synthol has just put on, in full actually, they've put on their full conversation. It says, Azerbaijan is one of the most interesting races in my opinion. It's a street circuit where you can overtake, so that is great. 2018 was chaotic as well. Start crash with Ocon and Raikkonen. Alonso and Sorokin. Hulkenberg crashed. 2 Red Bulls crashed. Grosjean behind the safety car. I forgot about that. And Bottas with the puncture. Was that 2018 or 2017 with Bottas?
Bottas with the puncture. I think it was 2018.
Oh, right.
Because 2017 he was second.
Yeah, 2018 was Ricciardo winning. 2017 was Ricciardo winning, yeah. So 2018. Okay, I take that back. 2018 was very, very chaotic. It was more chaotic than probably the 2017, yeah. I think we had... It was... how was it? 2016 Baku, boring. 17-18 was brilliant. 19 was boring. So we've had 2 boring and 2 good. So it's a 50-50 with me. So yeah, it's chaotic. Perez on the podium. Yeah, that was Force India days. Giovinazzi is currently the fastest of the runners that have gone out in the afternoon session, a 1:33.1. Perez a 1:37.5. Gasly 37.8. Leclerc 38 seconds precisely, and Latifi a 38.4. So Giovinazzi, a driver who is very much under pressure this year, do you see him surviving into 2022?
I don't know, because there are a lot of good drivers in F2 looking for an F1 seat, and so I don't know if Raikkonen is going to continue also next year.
That's a big room, isn't it? Yeah.
I don't know for the Alfa Romeo drivers if they are going to be there in 2022.
I've noticed it's coming up to 10-2, so I always like to ask the guests as well, how long until you have to leave us on the broadcast?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Oh, sorry. How long until you have to go?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay, lovely. I'm always conscious about keeping people longer. and mucking up their day, because it's an honour for you to come on the broadcast at all.
For me too, it's really a pleasure to be here.
Well, both enjoying it, and I'm loving it so far. So let's have an ace last 9 minutes and 40 seconds, according to this timer. Going forward, how could we further improve the safety? Thinking about Romain Grosjean. That's from your father.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on. Have you got a suggestion? Go on, throw it out.
I don't know, maybe like in IndyCar, while we talk about Romain Grosjean, who has gone to IndyCar this year, a windscreen for IndyCar, for Formula One also windscreen. This was a Red Bull ID concept for the safety, but they have some problems with cooling with this.
Yeah.
Hello.
Megan decided that Megan said to me, I might pop in just to meet Ribosome. So she's popped in the box.
Well, here I am.
So yeah, I completely agree with your safety idea as well. Similar to that of IndyCar, to have it with the aero screen and the temperature. So this is the first 3 commentators on the testing stream. So why are you here early?
Because I can be.
Okay, fine. Well, it's Ribosome's time, so you can keep quiet for 8 minutes. Hang on a minute. Are you taking over the 2 o'clock stint? I mean, the 1 o'clock start.
Yeah, because that still feels a bit eh.
Okay, so Megan's in the box with me next to let everyone know. So, back to you on this as well. Simwell asks, a lot safer than F1 is now seems nearly impossible. Instead of going slow, F1 will always stay dangerous. That's an interesting comment. F1 is a very dangerous sport. But I do like your idea with the aero screen as well as the halo added on as well, and the cooling aspect for the driver's head. But if there was one way to make F1 safe, would you take it? I don't think I would, because the drivers don't want to feel like that. What's your opinion on that?
I don't know. The cars are really safe these days. Like we've seen with Romain Grosjean, a huge crash, and he came out alive with it, with some, I don't know how it's called, like burns on his hands. And so I think F1s are pretty safe these days. There is always room for improvement, but I think that it's really, really good.
I completely agree with you. It is better than it was in the previous couple of seasons, I can tell you that. If the halo wasn't there, I'm counting about 8 drivers would have had severe injuries since it came in. Chris Bruce asks, how can I watch F1? Well, if you're in the UK, you can watch the testing on Sky Sports F1 and everywhere else is on F1 TV. And hopefully, here, Matteo, you can give how you can watch it in Belgium.
In Belgium, you have F1 TV to watch the practice sessions. And if you are in Belgium, the qualifying session and the race are broadcasted on TV, really for free, like on the main channel. You can find it.
See, even that is better than the UK. Because here in the UK, we only get 1 race a year live, and that's the British Grand Prix. So we have to use Sky F1. That was Norris just getting out of the way of Latifi down at the Turn 8 chicane.
Wait, Latifi's actually doing good?
Yeah, Latifi's doing well. So, Matteo, I want to know, please, what has been your moment of the test so far?
My moment of the test so far, I would say, like yesterday, the sandstorm, really.
Yeah.
If we speak about weather, but I'll go with Hamilton going out this morning and bringing out the red flag.
Yeah.
That was a bit unexpected.
I didn't expect it, yeah. I completely agree with you there. Also, I want you already mentioned your predictions for the Constructors and Drivers' Championship. I want to know, though, who do you think will be the unexpected winner of the season? So, a winner of a Grand Prix.
This is a tough question, but maybe it will be Yuki Tsunoda, I think, with the AlphaTauri.
I'm going to go say Yuki Tsunoda, yeah. Good call with that one. To leave us with it, Hamilton's just coming back out onto the circuit. So, this is... Oh, hang on a second. We've got Synthol coming back in saying the dangerous part also in some way makes it more spectacular And you also have more respect for the drivers. And since the last, maybe Stroll will win a race. That's a possibility. It's coming up to the hour I can see on the clock, so I will release you. But if you have anything to plug, I always like to say this, if you have anything to say about the season, over to you.
I hope the seasons will be thrilling, like last year, and have a nice afternoon with the pre-season testing, and tomorrow too. And that's it. And thanks for live streaming and doing this watch along. It's really, really nice.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you so much for coming on to the show as well. And thank you for supporting the channel through all of last year. And I know just before there was a touch and go situation that it might not have happened this year. But we're back and we're staying, at least for 2021.
It's really nice to see you.
Excellent. It's been a pleasure to finally put the text to a face and a voice, because you always see us and hear us, so it's nice. Thank you so much for joining, me, and she's just popped into the box, for the session. I hope you have a fantastic afternoon, and good luck with work. Sorry, I'm going to drag you away from nice commentating and broadcasting and throw you back into the wolves, but yeah. So we'll let you go now, and hopefully we'll have you on at some point in the season as well for a practice session. I'd love that.
I'm looking forward to that. Thank you very much for having me, and have fun.
Thank you. Take care. And there we go. Switch it back over to the main camera. That was Matteo and Ribosome here on the YouTube channel, one of our top fans. Megan has joined me in the commentary box, but this isn't set up for a 2-camera setup. It's supposed to be up there.
I'm swapping times with Dad. So.
Yeah, so Megan Burch joins me now for the next hour of pre-season testing as Lando Norris, Megan, as we're about to swap the camera angles over. So you're not looking at my double chin or and everything, so it's nice and angled down. Yes, on Megan's slouching, so we're at a nice angle to broadcast. Oh,
I can sit up straight.
That angle actually works quite well for maybe a practice session if we're both sat down, and then for the race, move it back up there. So, see, testing, moving all the angles around as well. Your father, Matteo, if you're still listening, said, Matteo, you smashed it. And Thinsel says, Alonso, Perez and Latifi and number 2, 3 and 4 are all blue. I know. If you can see my driver tracker here in the commentary box, they're all blue, and it is an absolute nightmare to try and figure out where they all are.
Luckily, I can tell the difference.
Yes, Megan can tell the difference, luckily. So we're just coming up to the end of the first hour of the session. And considering that Megan's here, I don't really want to do another 5-minute documentary of it. So we're going to have to, unfortunately, because you weren't supposed to be in here. Ribosome has just said thanks as well. Pleasure to have you on the broadcasters. That's Valtteri Bottas out there in the Mercedes. I may have called him Lewis Hamilton about 10 minutes ago. But that is Valtteri Bottas just going back out onto the circuit. So we're going to rotate the commentary cameras back together, so you're not looking at my horrible hairstyle that I've just noticed in the side of the box.
Your hair looks fine.
Yeah, but not when it's horrible, but still. Bottas coming up then as we come over to 1 hour. Megan's in the chair for the next hour alongside me in the commentary box. But first, Sir Frank Williams is still alive, so don't worry what I'm next going to say. But Sir Frank Williams last year and daughter Claire sold the majority share in the Williams F1 team, ending a legacy of a classic British Formula 1 team that has been around since the 1970s. Back in 2019 at the British Grand Prix, I recorded a special feature for what at the time was the 50th anniversary of Williams F1. It was available on the YouTube channel, but we're going to play it for you now. So here is the Frank Williams story. Across Formula One's 70-year history, there have been many remarkable individuals that have moulded the sport into what it is today. Sir Frank Williams might just be the most remarkable. Born Francis Owen Garbett Williams in the northeast of England in South Shields during the Second World War on the 16th of April 1942, Frank was destined to be in motorsport, but his future didn't lie behind the cockpit of the wheel and eventually found himself dealing in racing cars. In 1966, Frank Williams started the Frank Williams Racing Team with his driver Piers Courage. They started together in Formula 2 before graduating to Formula 1 50 years ago in 1969. The team's only car was a second-hand Brabham chassis. The team at the time was a skeleton staff. Despite all the odds, the team finished on the podium in only their second race at Monaco and also claimed a second place in the United States Grand Prix at Watkins Glen. However, the team hit tragedy just 1 year later in 1970 as its driver Piers Courage tragically died during the Dutch Grand Prix at Zandvoort. Sir Frank was devastated, but didn't want to lose out on his and Piers' dream of racing in Formula 1, so nobly continued the sport. With debt mounting up as the seasons passed, Sir Frank sold his Williams team to businessman Walter Wolff in 1976. Frank stayed on at the Wolff team as team principal in 1976, but decided to try again. In 1977, Williams Racing Engineering was born, Frank's second Formula 1 team. Sir Frank teamed up with ambitious young engineer by the name of Patrick Head, who only the previous year had hired him at Wolff. At first the team were based out of an old carpet warehouse, but after signing the young fast Australian driver Alan Jones and a sponsorship deal from the Middle East, the team had finally become players at the top half of the field. The team claimed its first podium in 1978 and just 1 year later came into its own with 5 victories in the later half of 1979. The first of which was here at Silverstone exactly 40 years ago to the day, a fitting place for a first victory. In 1980, Alan Jones won the Drivers' Championship and Williams secured back-to-back Drivers' and Constructors' titles in 1980 and 1981. However, just as Williams was finding its feet, in 1986, Frank suffered a life-changing crash injury after what happened at France on the way back from Paul Ricard. Severely paralysed, the doctors consulted Sir Frank's wife Ginny about turning off his life support. She refused, and Sir Frank cheated death and returned to the sport to run the team. Williams won the 1986 Constructors' Championship and both titles the following year. Over the next 33 years, Williams has cemented itself as one of the most dominant teams in Formula 1 history, with 7 drivers' titles, 9 constructors' titles, and 114 race victories, all under Sir Frank's rule. Now 77, Sir Frank is the world's longest living paraplegic and still the figurehead of his team, Williams. They have built some of the finest cars in Formula 1 history. They have raced some of the finest drivers in the sport's history. And behind all of that, for the past 50 years, is one man, Sir Frank Williams. Now, with his 3 children, including Claire Williams, who is the deputy team principal at the moment of Williams, she gave birth to a son last year, ensuring that the Williams name will live on forevermore in Formula 1. And that was the Sir Frank Williams story back in 2019. Of course, we now know Williams continues on, but he has left the sport. Megan Burch joins me for the next hour of broadcasting here in the commentary box. Ian Burch will be back in an hour's time, as Megan has swapped shifts with him in the commentary box.
Yes.
Who signed off on that?
Me, when I told him I was doing it.
Okay, fair dues. So, Megan back in the box for the next hour of broadcasting. Thanks as well to Matteo Ribosome on the chat as well for coming onto the show as well. Don't forget, in the last hour of today's test, we'll have Craig Willard joining me in the box as well for all of the action. Ian Burch joins us in 60 minutes' time. All this coming up in the next 60 minutes, though. Mike, I did it again. Michael. This is going to be such an annoying one as well. Norris is on the track yet. On the track, Latifi, Schumacher, Bottas, Perez, Norris and Stroll. I nearly called Mick Michael.
Well, technically that is his name.
Yes, he is Michael Schumacher Jr., but he races under Mick Schumacher.
Yeah, so technically you're not wrong.
Technically, I'm not wrong. It's just it's embarrassing to be slightly wrong. But yeah, Mick Schumacher crosses the line, goes ahead of Hamilton. Look at that, MSC ahead of Ham.
Father like son.
Yeah. Well, actually, 1:33.398. So fantastic job there for Mick. Norris is on track, the only one without a time on the board at the moment. You're right there as well, Synthal, as well at the moment. I'm just having a look at the monitors. Pierre Gasly is coming back in onto the track now as the moment. And Pierre Gasly strikes me as a driver who has found a home at AlphaTauri. No longer is it the junior team of Red Bull. It's not Toro Rosso, it's AlphaTauri. It's its own single entity. And Megan, it seems like he's more comfortable there than ever before.
He does look comfortable.
There's that new winglet that's very interesting on the front there of the AlphaTauri. Did they race out on the track? They did. That must be just 2 cameras mounted in. That can't be a legal aero device. It must be the sensors to have a look at either suspension or the... Right, yeah, it's looking at the front wing look. So they've been duct taped on. So they're 2 cameras cleverly added on to the front there. And the director got 2 cameras in shot now. That's not very good directing now, is it? Come along. Get it together. Talking about us directing, we've had to move the camera angle from one position to the other because there's only one comp box cam. We could do with 2. Ricardo, first again. Yep, it's the same times from this morning carried over to the afternoon. So Ricardo, who was out this morning, is still the benchmark, a 1:32.215. And Ricardo was top in yesterday's morning session as well. So it goes very, very well for McLaren this year. Although McLaren always seem to dominate pre-season testing. I seem to remember 2019 they topped the first test and everyone was going, McLaren's top, McLaren's faster. This can be McLaren's year. They found something with the new Renault engine. And then, yeah, they got 1 podium, but it took them all season to get. And they got it because Hamilton got a penalty in Brazil. The first real dominance we saw of McLaren was actually at Austria in 2020 when Norris took 3rd. And then, only because Hamilton got a penalty, but then Norris's 5th place a week later as well. 2 last laps of dominance that earned Lando the nickname of Last Lap Lando. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Greetings from me and Seymour. So good morning. Oh, sorry, good afternoon, Benny and Seymour. Welcome up as well. Welcome back onto the session. It's looking cool. 2 hours, 52 minutes to go. We've just had Matteo on. That's Ribozone on the chat as well. You'll know he joined me in the commentary box. Megan joins me for the next 52 minutes of running. Ian Burch back at 2 o'clock GMT. And then at 3 o'clock GMT, Craig Woolard will join me for the last hour of testing, and we'll get a nice wrap-up of the day and everything concluded for day 2, followed then, of course, by tomorrow, the last day of pre-season testing. Joining me in the morning, I'll be doing Development Corner for the first 40 minutes before either you or Dad will join me in the box, but Edward Hunter in the box at 9:30 on Sunday for the last hour and a half of the morning session. In the afternoon, we have Ali, who's head of the BBB Racing on Twitch, joining me in the box. Megan will be in for actually, it was somebody else joining me in the box on Sunday as well. I forget at the moment. But Megan joins me at the box, I think we said at 2 p.m., didn't we, GMT?
Yes.
For the last 2 hours of testing. And the reason Megan's in the box for that long is that for the first hour, we will be doing esports, an esport race.
Yeah.
And challenging each other, and then we'll do an online esport race as well. And Megan will provide the commentary for that while I constantly try and concentrate on the track and then going up there. Benny says, I'm looking forward to the interview with Ali tomorrow. So am I, because it's about time Ali gets from behind the driver's seat in the director's chair and gets into the commentary chair, because I can't wait for that one. Also, a reminder that tomorrow on BBB Racing on Twitch at 5 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. GMT, we will have the BBB Champions Series taking place. 9 leagues across 10 races, all to battle it out to see who is the best of the best. And yeah, so even an esport race for us is going to be a little bit interesting and tricky.
Yeah.
So, Megan, I want to ask you a question. Do you know that Fernando Alonso is back on the track?
Yes.
Have you just been looking down at the monitor and saw Fernando and the circuit?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, he's out there. It's just Perez, Alonso, Gasly, and Bottas out there at the moment. And let's take a look at the chat. At the moment, Synthol says, "Yeah, Ricciardo first again. He was first yesterday as well. I'm pretty sure Mercedes is sandbagging. Mercedes isn't randomly having so many problems, right? I think they're just sandbagging. I don't know. It's tricky because you can never quite believe Mercedes with what they're going to put. But personally, I don't think Bottas yesterday was sandbagging because they don't want to lose that much development time on a car that's vastly different to last year. So that's your iPhone. I still think there is an issue there, but I do believe they are sandbagging now in terms of time. They're not sandbagging in terms of the issues they had with losing the gearbox yesterday because Vettel had the same issue. Although it's been reported, I think by Andrew Benson at BBC Sport, that they're not linked. However, it could be some sort of electronics glitch in the gearbox.
Wind is going straight into turn 13.
How did you hear that? Oh, you saw it?
I saw it.
Oh, right, okay. So wind going straight to turn 13. That's a tricky corner as well at the top. So yeah, and I don't think the spin of Hamilton. I don't think the spin of Hamilton. You think Hamilton spun on purpose? You think Hamilton spun on purpose? No.
I mean, you don't know. Could have.
It was a weird one, yes, but if Hamilton had deliberately caused the red flag, the telemetry would have shown it, and the stewards would have immediately sanctioned them, and it would have been dealt with very quickly. Ever since the PK spinning deliberately, it's been a lot more controlled. So it was a genuine spin.
What happened to PK?
Crashgate.
Is it bad? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, spinning in Singapore 2008. Deliberately crashing into the wall so that Alonso wouldn't be in a position to win the race.
That.
Alonso won the race.
Good.
And Renault got kicked out of the... Well, Renault lost the title sponsorship and they lost PK and everything. Yeah, Crashgate. Yep. Ever since Crashgate, the teams are a lot more harsher on teams that spin deliberately. So they don't do that anymore because the FIA do monitor everything and they ask questions about everything. It's a lot more... It won't happen these days. Unless the driver independently of their own decides to do it, which we've seen Nikita Mazepin do in Formula 2.
Did he get warning?
Got a black flag. I have an annoyingly, I had noodles and beans at dinner, and I've got one of the bean covers on my tongue at the moment. I can feel it. So that's a bit awkward.
I've had that before.
Yeah. So Megan, I would like you to please answer the following question: who has surprised you today in testing so far? Don't say Alonso. Because you can't have. Come on. I pulled Dad up on his Hamilton bias. I'm pulling you up on your Alonso bias. This is really bizarre now because I've got two commentators who are supposed to remain neutral and they're both biased, one to Hamilton, one to Alonso. You two would have gone on famously in 2007 if A, you could talk coherently, and B, were watching Formula 1 at the same time as me and Dad.
Simfel, for me, Ricciardo.
For me, Ricciardo. Oh, yeah. Surprising. Yeah, I agree. 132.215. Similar pace to what he did yesterday morning. But remember, he topped the session until about, an hour to go yesterday when the night fell and the lights came on. It really became an instance where Verstappen could go faster. And Verstappen set that time yesterday in a sandstorm. So we could see anything so far this afternoon in terms of any improved lap time, of course. But I would love to ask...
Latifi.
Latifi what?
He surprised me.
Okay. That was quick. Latifi surprised you the most.
He's
Fourth-
usually at the bottom of the field. So.
4th place on the road. I agree. And Giovinazzi, at the moment, who's coming into the last corner, might be who was in the car for only this afternoon. Let's see what he can do. Across the line, and Giovinazzi, fast all 3 sectors with personal bests green on the C3 tyre compound. Antonio Giovinazzi goes up to 4th place on a 1:32.486. Marvellous time there from Giovinazzi. So he was really pushing early on. So that's his race run and qualifying run. So he's moved up to 4th place. That's dropped Latifi down into 5th place. Sonoda 6th, but out on the track, we've got Alonso, Perez, Giovinazzi, followed then by Bottas, Gasly, Leclerc, and Lando Norris, all out on the circuit, all ready to start pushing in the middle sector of this lap. And a difficult morning for Seb. However, teammate Lance Stroll is on the track, and they seem to be doing a lot better as well. I hope the Alfa Romeo will be faster than last year. Trust me, we all do. And it looks ever so slightly faster. But we haven't talked much about Alfa Romeo, actually, during the test so far. And that's bad, because we're past half distance of testing now. Day 2.5 is half distance. This is it. Yeah, this is on board with Charles Leclerc, doing a practice start. And Megan's done a practice start in one of these cars and stalled on the F1 simulator game.
I don't know how I stalled.
I don't know how you stalled.
I didn't know it could stall.
I didn't know it could stall, but you stalled it.
You flipped it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Good launch there from Leclerc in the test out of pit lane as well. Many people are asking, why do I keep switching between my glasses? Well, that's because
He needs them to read.
I'm fine for looking at the television for short periods of time, but if I'm commentating on the race, I have to keep my glasses on for one reason and one reason only. I'm swapping between very small text on 3 other monitors, and then I'm controlling the broadcast stream, so it's easier to have glasses on every now and then, because I'm short-sighted, which is an advantage in many respects.
Why?
Can't see people who, if I want to get away from someone and not see them anymore, I just have to stand away from them. They just go blurry. Although I'm all right with my eyes, but yeah, slightly short-sighted. It's like I've got a twitch in the left or right eye. This one here, which goes a bit wrong. But you might have seen it actually when I was on the phone to Ribozo and Matteo. So on the board,
like when your eye just like twitches.
Yeah.
Sometimes my eye does that.
Yeah.
I'm fine with my sight.
I thought you got your headphone off your ear. Said, "Oh, I'm never going to do that anymore."
I didn't say never.
No. Sergio Perez at the moment 3rd fastest on. He's done a lot of laps today as Perez, 67 laps in that Red Bull number 11. Fastest time a 1:36.7, going well. Synthol says Kimmy with the love eyes emoji. Alonso's just come into the pit lane, so Megan's now not interested in whatever happens on the track.
Nope.
Followed then by Perez, Giovinazzi out there as well. Well, Perez and Giovinazzi, Gasly and Leclerc now the cars on the track. It seems like Schumacher's come in as well. Hamilton was already...
Bet that's odd to say.
Yeah, it was. Hamilton was already not going to come out this afternoon. It's Bottas' turn to come out as well. And hello to the group chat. Unfortunately, I can't read your username so much, so... is it he Chandler? I hope I pronounced that correctly. I do apologise if I'm useless at pronouncing usernames. But hello, welcome to the watch-along commentary. We have all of the live chat open in one window, 2 timing monitors, a driver tracker, and our stream, and of course, the TV pictures in front of us, all to give you the best view. So, Megan Burch with me for the next hour. Ian Burch joining me at 2 o'clock. And joining me at 3 o'clock GMT will be, as I said, Craig Wallard, who is the freelance motorsport journalist who has agreed to come on for the last hour of testing. And I am very much looking forward to seeing what he has got to say as well. Gasly on a lap time now.
Alonso's back.
Alonso's back on the track. Yeah, he's just coming out 10, 9 and 10. So, is this a push lap for Pierre Gasly? We're going to see in the first sector time. He's up at the hill at turn 4. Runs a little bit too wide. No, this is not a push lap. He's 2 seconds off the pace. So this is a fuel run then for Pierre Gasly as well. Many people say, why is Formula 1 testing broadcast? but MotoGP isn't broadcast for testing. Well, here's the answer for you. Formula One cars need a lot of testing and go out all the time with long runs and long races. They can be in the car for up to 2 hours testing. And I've known them do 4. Some of the cars are doing all 8 hours today. But on a MotoGP bike, you're physically exhausted after 50 minutes. So you only do, like this morning, I saw 1 lap completed by 1 rider in the first hour. That's it. Only one rider went out on the track in Qatar. So the reason it's not broadcast is commentators will lose their minds, which is why MotoGP testing is mainly done with wrap-up shows in the evening, showing the last half hour on the track when everything's exciting, and a wrap-up show with loads of interviews. However, with Formula One, there is more on-track action, there's more to talk about, and you can get through it quite easily because there's always somebody alongside in the commentary box. Well, in case of my case, as I've done, 2 hours on my own today so far?
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not going to be alone for the rest of the day, though. And for the rest of the 3 hours, or 2 hours, 38 minutes left of the session, as we see Checo Perez back on board now. Compare that to Gasly's time, and Gasly is about, well, in the third sector, he's 8/10 off, but sector 1 and 2 is 1.6 seconds off the pace as an average. Perez's best lap is a 1:32.478. Gasly's lap is 7 seconds a lap slower, which is an interesting one. Which team do you think will get third in the Constructors' Championship? We spoke to Matteo about that when he was on the show at the beginning of the afternoon session as well. It is going to be a fight between Aston Martin, McLaren and Ferrari, for sure. That is going to be the battle for third place in the Constructors' Championship. And it's too close to call. My early prediction would be for McLaren to come out on top and stick third in the championship, although we haven't really seen what Aston Martin can do, or Ferrari in that case. Leclerc's down in 14th place at the moment, and he hasn't really got up to speed just yet, but Sainz is P7. That's ahead of
Who's
both
the lead
of them.
driver in Ferrari?
Leclerc. I know, I would think it would be
Sainz. 'Cause
Sainz.
he has more experience.
Yeah, but no, it's Leclerc's team leader. Same, well, who's team leader?
He's good.
Who's team leader at Red Bull? Is it Verstappen or Perez? Perez, who's 12 years.
Verstappen.
Yeah, because Perez is 12 years older than Verstappen, but it's Verstappen.
Because he's been there longer.
And he's had more experience in winning races than Checo. But Checo has got way more experience.
In general.
Not Alpine or AlphaTauri. No, they'll be battling for 5th or 6th. I don't think Alpine. I would be very surprised if either AlphaTauri or Alpine are third in the Constructors' Championship at the end of the year, just because the strength that McLaren have with that Mercedes engine, the strength that Aston Martin have with the same engine, but also the fact that Ferrari has spent so much developing the car this year. Alonso is currently 2nd. I don't think AlphaTauri will get 3rd. Neither do I at the moment. Alonso currently 2nd, so there's Megan. Happy. He's out on the track as well, isn't he? Coming into the last corner.
Yeah.
We're on a hot lap with Charles Leclerc in the Scuderia Ferrari into turn 4, uphill, down to 70 kilometers an hour, 4th gear. Accelerate hard. Avoid the exit curb, otherwise it'll spit you off. 3, 5 and 6. Let the car drift out wide. Don't want to go too much on the power because you have to brake downhill into turn 8, a 4th gear corner. Drop down to 2nd. Accelerate up the hill towards the little kink at 9 before the heavy braking turn at turn 10. Brake through 9, then turn the wheel and brake, which is tricky because you can easily lock the car up through turn number 10. Blast down towards turn 11. Open up the DRS as well. Give it full beans. Flick the car through, let it go high. A little bit of a banking there to keep you on the Astro. Yep, keeping through there. Up through 13 now as well. Don't use too much power because the car's likely to grip up and spit you towards the wall. Explains to Hamilton this morning, down at 13. Down the back straight away towards turn 14 again. No DRS here, so use all of the ERS in your overtake button as well. Flick the car in, drop 2 gears, 70 miles an hour. Accelerate up now towards the last of the line. DRS open. Keep the car straight, cross the line. And it's 5 seconds off the pace for Leclerc. But he wasn't really pushing on that lap. But he's still in 14th position on a 134. 136.875. That last lap was a 137.614. So Again, changing a lot of positions as off the track has gone one of the Haas cars. And obviously, it's Schumacher. It's Mick Schumacher at turn 7, just like we saw this morning. Catches the oversteer, though, mid-corner. Sainz and Latifi did the same thing this morning, spinning off. I think you were in the box for that, weren't you, with Sainz spinning off? And, yeah, just catching it in time. I need to sit down because standing up for that long period of time is making my legs hurt a lot. So I'm going to sit down in the box for the time being. So, Mick Schumacher out on the track in the Haas car. Current race pace, 2 minutes 9. Shocking.
I mean, he is only just starting out. You can't expect him to be like Michael straight away.
Yes, exactly. But I've noticed also that his helmet is more of a tribute to Ralph than Michael. That's a very Ralph helmet, actually, looking at it. In fact, wow, that really is like Ralph's helmet.
Maybe he's very close to his uncle.
The yellow of Ralph and the little red spark on the back, that helmet very much like Ralph Schumacher's helmet. Michael always had sort of the stars to begin with. Then he had the little red explosion, like to best describe it to you, Megan, like Thermo Man's explosion.
Yeah.
Quick thing. That's what Schumacher had mainly on the back of his helmet. But the front of it is yellow, like Ralph's in the back. Just really, it's Ralph. I'd love to get another angle of that coming down, and we're going to get it now, close up as well of the helmet. And yeah, it does honestly look like Ralph's helmet. Wow. That is amazing.
Maybe he just is really close to his uncle.
That yeah, for sure. But I'm surprised he hasn't gone for one of Michael's liveries.
He'll probably alternate.
It's the Schumacher design, but with the yellow on the front of the helmet, it looks more like Ralph's.
He'll probably alternate between helmets.
I'd forgotten what Ralph's helmet looked like until just then. And it was like such a blast from the past. I mean, I remember that happened to Martin Brundle once with when Bruno Senna started racing. Senna retired here in Bahrain in 2010, and he had Senna's yellow helmet and the design. And he lifted up the visor, and Martin actually was taking a breath back. He stopped talking because the eyes and the helmet, it was so like Ayrton. That Martin actually got a little bit freaked out by that. The eyes were so Ayrton's. But yeah, so Bruno Senna racing at the moment in the FIA World Endurance Championship. What's that on the timing screen? We've got numerous cars on the track now. How many out there? The 10. We've got Leclerc, Latifi, Norris, Perez, Bottas, Schumacher, Stroll, Gasly, Alonso. So 9 of the cars out on the track at the moment. Who's the only one who hasn't come out to play? Is it Giovinazzi? It's Giovinazzi in the Alpha. He's still in the pit lane at the moment. Okay, I've just seen your chat now as it's loaded in from Synthol. Do you think Ferrari could earn second ahead of Red Bull? Or Aston Martin or Ferrari? Well, yes. There's your answer. Simple answer, isn't it? Yeah. I think McLaren stand a very good chance this year to maybe beat Red Bull, but Red Bull have got such a tight-knit driver lineup now. It's going to be interesting to see. Mercedes, well, it's up and down, isn't it? Bottas has really got the... Bottas, the question is, can he take the challenge to Hamilton? He's already said this year he's going to be more like Nico Rosberg was back in 2014. He's going to be more harsh.
He's going to be.
Bottas is going to be more harsh.
Good.
He's going to be more harsh, more aggressive overall. And it might work because he's actually on the lap time now. He's only 6 minutes off, so this could be a push lap for Bottas if he picks it up a little bit. Because Bottas down in 12th place at the moment, and he's 3 seconds off the pace, so this is now a push lap for Bottas. Alonso's gone back in. Yeah, Megan's just looking down. If you're wondering why you can't see Megan at the moment on her face, because she's looking down too much on her mobile device where she has more timing options to go on. As we see Bottas coming out of turn 11 now, looking slightly curvil. Synthel, do you think Verstappen can finish higher than Verstappen in the championship? Do you think Verstappen can finish higher than Verstappen in the championship? Am I reading that right, or is it glitched? Okay, I'll wait.
Must mean Hamilton.
I hope it does. Oh, then Bottas. Yeah, I was going to say. I think Verstappen will definitely finish with Verstappen. Yeah. Then Bottas. Yes, I think Matteo earlier on in the broadcast said that his prediction for the championship is Hamilton, Verstappen, Bottas, 1, 2, 3. And I think I'm thinking that's the right order. I think he's got it spot on.
Yeah.
Because it was nearly happened last year, as I said. Bottas was only 9 points ahead of Verstappen. Verstappen won the last race, but it's only because Bottas finished in second place because Hamilton got COVID and somehow managed to get to the podium. Do you think Perez can finish higher than Bottas? No.
Just no.
I don't think Perez.
Not that good yet.
Don't think Perez will be allowed to finish ahead of Verstappen. To be honest, I will think there'll be team orders, and I will think that their team will stop him getting ahead of Verstappen at any opportunity, unless Verstappen crashes out. So yeah, I do not think. I think Perez will finish fourth, if not. Yeah, I think top 4: Hamilton, Verstappen, Bottas, Perez. Then it'll be Ricciardo or Norris if it's McLaren's to keep it there 5th and 6th in the Drivers' Championship.
What about Alonso?
Alonso will finish in 6th in the Constructors' Championship.
Why not 7th?
All right, 7th then. Why are you going?
7th is a lucky number, kind of.
14.
I know, though, he always finishes 7th for things nowadays.
Yeah, seem to be, yeah. We'll keep an eye on that then at the moment. Red Bull doesn't really do team orders, I think. Multi-21, Seb. Multi-21. Moving on. I know. How long do we leave that there? Stroll is out on the track now in through Sector 1 as well. Red Bull do still do team orders.
Every team does. Recently, it's got even more Mercedes.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Says Cynthia, yeah. They do team orders still. Azerbaijan was a team order. Red Bull actually have done more team orders than Ferrari in the past 10 years. That's what everybody forgets. If you think about it, Ferrari have done 3 team orders. Red Bull, 6.
Jeez.
That's off the top of my head, Red Bull doing 6. They did way more with Gasly and Verstappen when they were teammates. And that was only, half a season?
Oh, yeah.
Was it a season or half a season? Half a season, yeah. Because he got replaced, didn't he? Got dropped back to Alpha. Well, it was Toro Rosso at the time, wasn't it? Before he came Alpha Tauri. And then Albon got promoted up at the Belgian Grand Prix. Still love, though, what Anton Hubert posted through the door the night before the qualifying session. Unfortunately, the day he died, he posted through the door of Pierre Gasly was a note that says, "Prove them wrong. Prove Red Bull wrong for dropping you," basically. And he did it.
Like a final piece of advice.
Yeah. Well, he didn't know that at the time, did he? Sadly.
Yeah.
But yeah, from the old roommates and university buddies. So, yeah, and they did. He did. Gasly won at Monza and was a brilliant charge.
I bet he still has that note.
I think he does, yeah. I think he said it. That's why he's crying on the podium a lot. Do you remember Monza? You weren't commentating, but I remember I told you, I texted you to say, go downstairs and watch this last lap. And, we were both in Shakir when Perez won. Yeah. In Azerbaijan, they let the drivers battle freely, which ended terribly, yeah. So that's why they stopped the team orders, and that's why they started the team orders again. And it's been going ever since. That accident, because they don't want another Turkey or another Azerbaijan. In fact, think about it. The two teammates to crash into each other on the last 4 occasions. Let's see, it's been Mercedes in 2016, Racing Point 2017, Red Bull 2018. Who crashed into each other in 2019?
Ferraris, I think.
No, it was 2020 they did it as well. Did Ferrari do it in 2019? Yeah. Ferrari did it in 2019, and Ferrari did it in 2020 again, didn't they?
Yeah.
In Austria. They did it twice, actually, because they crashed in Bahrain. Everybody forgets that. They crashed together in Bahrain. That's what led to Grosjean's accident.
Yeah.
Ferrari 2019 Brazil. Thank you. You've got a great memory, both of you. Cynthia, you two both got a great memory. I forgot that race in Brazil, and I shouldn't have forgot that race in Brazil because of what happened that weekend. So yeah. But yeah, I do remember that weekend now in Brazil. But Yeah, they did come together, didn't they? And I called it at that point that it was Leclerc's fault, not Vettel's, because Leclerc
Yeah.
moved over and Vettel had nowhere to go, I don't think.
Mm.
I might have called that the wrong way around. I'll look back. It's on the podcast from 2019. I'll look back. And 2020, Ferrari ran into each other again. Twice. Yeah, they crashed with each other in Bahrain on the opening lap. And that little chaos in the midfield created the massive space, and it held Grosjean up. That's what led to Grosjean's accident, because the two Ferraris were still slow.
Did Grosjean crash in Bahrain?
Yeah, that's where he crashed.
So
Yeah.
we're at the track
Yes.
right now where...
Yes, and you told you this yesterday.
Don't remember.
Oh dear. Well, you did. You were running on what? How many of school hours? But yeah,
Mm.
we're back here. And yeah, this is Bahrain.
So I think it's safe to say I can remember when a simple crash happens. So you tell me something and I won't remember.
2016 Monaco. The two Saubers collided in Raskas, right? Yeah. Was that Ericsson and Nasser back then? Yeah, the two Yes, the two Saubers did make contact and block they blocked the track, didn't they? We nearly had a red flag. That happened again with Kubica in 2019. He got hit round by Magnussen, I want to say. And that nearly red flagged the race as well. In fact, it was very close to red flagging the race. Charlie Whiting said that he'd pressed the button, but then the car's cleared. So there's like a 3-second delay. So he managed to unpress the button before, unfortunately, Charlie no longer with us. That wasn't Charlie. It was not Charlie Whiting. He'd sadly died by then. It was Michael Masi. Giovinazzi, yeah, okay. And it was one of them, wasn't it? I remember saying that was a stupid manoeuvre to go down the inside there at Raskas. I know Mick Schumacher did it as well, and I was... No. Mick got caught up in that in the Formula 2 race. I'll take that back. Mick got caught up in that. He defended on the inside at Raskas. Someone tried to go for a move and block the track. Calderon. It was Tatiana Calderon. Or did Schumacher hit Calderon? It was too long ago. Monaco was... we're in the middle of testing, and I'm debating what happened. Which driver hit who?
In a different sport.
Yeah, in Formula 2. I think it was Schumacher hit Calderon. So Tatiana spun round, yeah. Leclerc tried as well. Yeah, Leclerc tried and hit the wall at Raskas in 2019. Raskas got a lot of manoeuvres that year, didn't it? Raskas was famous that year. It was always the place to watch because it's really the only overtaking spot with these generation of cars. But 2022 looks to be smaller as well. So we're moving back towards the early 2000s models where overtaking around Monaco still wasn't easy, but it was a lot more possible than with these 1997 style width of cars, which, if you remember, was a lot more impossible. We had a lot more overtaking in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
Let's have to take the headset off for just a second
Alonso's back
because
on the
ears are
track,
gone.
by the way.
What's that?
Alonso's back on the track.
Alonso's back on the track. Yeah, where is he? He's coming through the June section. He's just ahead of Norris, actually. So we're watching Norris on the pictures now.
They left at the same time.
I've just also realised that somehow my driver tracker has synced. That's new this year. The driver tracker is level with the TV pictures. That's never happened before. They're always 8 seconds back. But they've synced. And we haven't done anything. Result.
Maybe they finally fixed it.
Maybe they finally fixed that issue. And everybody was talking about how it's ridiculous that the timing monitor and the TV pictures are out of sync. They're now in sync. Brilliant. Well, I'm up for that. I just noticed that because the driver tracker that's on the F1 TV pictures now is the same as the one in our commentary box, down to the detail. Usually there's like a, 4 to 8 second delay with the TV pictures, which is sometimes a lot more confusing. But here comes Norris then. Alonso just crosses the line now. Norris coming to the line to start a time. And if we're going to take this opportunity, I'm going to explain to you what's happening with Lando Norris using the battle bus that we've got here. Oh, he's backed up the lap. Oh, Lando. Dear me. Leclerc tried... Oh, and I forgot about Perez and Ocon. Singapore 2018, Azerbaijan 2017, and Belgium 2017, and Canada 2018. Yeah. Bianchi and Chilton 2014 in Canada. That was another one where they came together for teammates. There's been a few. There really has been a few contacts and collisions out there at the moment. Megan, you'll be relieved in 20 minutes in the commentary, and then you're done for the day.
Tired. And Canada 2018. Oh my god.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Singapore 2018, Azerbaijan 2017.
Where were you? When were you
2017.
commentating?
You have a magnificent memory, Simba.
Yeah, magnificent memory there. I thought I was quick on the memory, but yeah, that's impressive
I.
recall. Yeah, that's impressive recall of memory there.
If you want, I can give you the layout of digestive system
No, that's just creepy.
and a cell.
That's just creepy.
No, it's called having to be in top set science.
2 hours, 19 minutes and 50 seconds to go here at the second day of testing, the afternoon session. 2 hours left then, and it's starting to feel like the end of the day, isn't it? It's a weird feeling, and they don't necessarily crash in County 2018, but it did cost Ocon his first podium because he held him up. Yeah, they did make contact.
Has
I think
Ocon had a podium since?
Ocon has only ever had one podium in his Formula One career, and that came here in Bahrain. But it wasn't the Bahrain Grand Prix. It was the Shakir Grand Prix. He finished in second place.
What year was that?
Last year. Perez won from Ocon, and Stroll 1, 2, 3 on the board. So that was last year's race. The only Shakir Grand Prix on the outer loop. Do you remember that one? Russell and the tyres. I was going to say it's only 3 months ago. How bad is your F1 memory?
It's not bad.
Cars down the track. We're on board with Lando Norris still for some reason. I don't know why we haven't fixated on something else, but Lando Norris. Oh, and Synthol says Senna and Prost, of course. Oh, yes. 1998, 1989. 1998, did I say?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to say.
Well, Senna, after being deceased for 4 years. 1988.
He took control of a car. We don't know what happened.
1988, 1989, Japan, constant battles and crashes with each other. 89, of course, was the teammate collision. 1990 Prost was at Ferrari, wasn't he, hitting Senna? Well, Senna hit him that year. It was interesting. 1989, Prost hit Senna. Prost won the championship. 1990, Senna hit Prost. Senna won the championship.
They were each other's good luck charm.
No, well, they were both. No, they were bad luck, each of them, because Prost hit Senna, but Senna won the race, but got disqualified because he didn't get pushed back onto the track. He cut the chicane. Prost caused the collision, but Jean-Marie Bellest, the FIA president at the time, supported Prost instead of Senna. And the next year, Senna wanted it moved. Senna wanted the pole position moved from the dirty side of the grid to the clean side because it gave him a disadvantage and gave Senna the advantage. It's moved now, though. But it wasn't moved. So Senna said to Prost, Senna said about him and Prost, if we clash at turn 1, it's his fault. Prost's. So Senna had zero intention of ever completing the opening lap of the race. He knew he had a bad start, so accelerated hard. Prost took the lead away from him, and Senna went on the inside. And if he wanted to stay in the race, he would have braked and we would have seen some tyre smoke. But no, he rammed into Prost, making sure he won the title. But Prost did the same to him a year before. Prost turned in.
Revenge.
Yeah, Prost turned in and closed the door on Senna, and they made contact. So yeah, it was revenge. But Senna always said, Senna said for a year that no, it was Prost's fault. It was nothing like that until he admitted a year later he did it deliberately.
Did he get his title taken away?
Nope. Then he won in 1991. The championship after battling Mansell. Yeah, 2019, both Ferraris hit each other, but didn't win the championship. Yep, Brazil. That strange race in Brazil where it was boring up until then, wasn't it? And then the safety car came out after that crash, and suddenly everything exploded again and again. It was just action after action after action. You weren't in that commentary box for that race, obviously, but it was just, action all the way around for that one. That's on the YouTube channel as well, on our podcast, if you want to go back and listen to that in the Grand Review podcast of 2019. We've dropped the podcast for 2021 because we dropped it halfway through last year because we started broadcasting the races live, so there's no point for it because our commentary was there.
Yeah.
So we've dropped the podcast and instead we're doing them all live as Megan gets a phone call.
No, it's my alarm.
All right. We're doing it all live this year, so to talk you through it quickly.
I had an alarm for 15 minutes before I had to be in my box. I forgot to turn it off.
Oh, you're already in the box. A reminder, so we'll still have our Thursday preview show. That'll air live. Then we'll have the practice sessions on Friday. They'll be live. Saturday practice live. Qualifying live. The race will have a build-up show with analysis of all the other sessions before going green for the race. And then we'll have a short post-race show live. And then we'll be done for the weekend. So yeah, reducing the amount easy, and with reducing the amount of work we do for Formula One, it enables us to do all the series live as well at the same time. So it just makes it a lot easier on me. Synthol says, as a Dutchman who loves reactions from commentators, that race was one of the best races. The commentary of Olaf Mol, the Dutch commentator, was amazing. I did see that as well on Twitter. The Dutch commentator commented. He went absolutely nuts as well. I think he even clipped his microphone, which is when you shout really, really loud. The microphone clips. I know I do loads of commentating, but the microphone seems to be able to handle it. Like for now, these boom microphones of ours adjust to the rate we are speaking at automatically. So I'm talking now very quietly. But if I was to go very high, it would automatically lower itself down.
You see, this is my quiet voice.
Yeah, and she can still hear it at the same level. So it just changes.
Yeah.
So these microphones really do. I made complications of him. Oh, brilliant. Yeah. Hey, you're welcome to do that of us and send it out there and link to the channel as well. I'd love to get. Maybe that'll get us some more subscribers and viewers. You're welcome to react to us. For instance, Bahrain last year, Ian Burch, accidental swear on air when Grosjean crashed with something.
I still have the picture on my phone of when...
We all look shocked, yeah. Yeah, I remember that one. 13 minutes until you can go. Yeah, I could actually. Yeah, welcome to. Vettel. So we've got all the cars now, set times. Norris has gone 13th on a 134.670. So Norris now into 13th place. And 12 minutes 45, Megan, until you are relieved from the commentary box. And you can go at 5 minutes too.
I'm just setting up my iPhone to cast to my telly.
Dutch commentator also swears sometimes, which is great. Yeah, I mean, the general rule of thumb here for the I know the Dutch commentators do. The general rule of thumb here is on the channel is we don't really swear at all, really. But if the odd one slips out anywhere, we're not bothered. We're not bothered. So that if the guest swears or anything, we're not going to bother. Because it's YouTube, it's not television. So
Yeah.
we try and make it professional as possible, but sometimes I know I've never sworn on there. You've never have.
I don't swear, so it'll be impossible.
Ian Burch has, Dan has sworn on there, but accidentally. But I know some of the commentators has as well that we've had on. I've accidentally sworn on there.
It was
but
a shocking thing.
Yeah, but it's just a general rule of thumb. Is like no, not really using any swears, but if one slips out or anything, we're not really going to pick it up unless someone comes on mouthing off and everything. Then we'll cut it off. Pit stop now in for Max Verstappen.
Oh, what's he done to his tyres?
That's not Max Verstappen. That's Sergio Perez.
You're just so used to it.
Yeah. Here's Lando Norris on board, coming through turn 11. And what's this on the? In Bahrain, it's very understandable. We didn't swear. We didn't talk at all. We were just all silent and shocked. Yeah. Well, I generally thought that I was commentating on a fatality live on YouTube.
I mean, as we covered earlier, it could have been.
Yeah.
It was enough to kill him.
Yeah, 67G impact. And I generally did think I was commentating on a fatality. And that's not I have commentated on fatalities before in Motorsport. And not live on air, though. We did Jules Bianchi. I was commentating at the time of the race as well for the pre-recorded stuff we did back in those days, all those time ago. But that was a hard one. Le Mans 2013, one of the drivers got killed as well. And then, of course, we've had deaths in Motorsport series as well, in MotoGP, we've had a rider killed. And there was another one a couple of years ago. Do you remember where I wasn't commentating at the time, but was watching. I know, of course, Anton Hubert sticks in the mind as a separate one. If you knew his car was in half, you definitely thought he died because, my God, yes. Well, that's the thing. I was reacting to take you through that from the commentator's point of view. For mine, don't know if you two spotted it, but we've got a driver tracker, an iPad with the timing monitors on, and then we had the tires on the MacBook as well as the YouTube chat. So I was commentating at the start of the race, and because they said the timing screen and the TV pictures are about 8 seconds out of sync, I looked down for a second. It caught my eye because I saw red flag, and I thought to myself, in the split second, I thought to myself, no, that's a glitch. It's glitched. Nothing. There won't be a red flag immediately. What on earth could happen to red flag the race immediately? So I honestly thought it was a glitch. I thought, it's not going to happen. And that's why, if you listen back to the commentary, I'm going, there's a massive shot. Big one there, because I was reacting, thinking, this could be really a red flag, because Norris suddenly had his front wing off. One of the Alphas was being flown into the wall. I thought, this is a big accident now. And then all of a sudden, Grosjean spears towards the wall and a massive fireball erupts. And I was like, it is a red flag. And my first thought was, wow, that's a big one.
Just didn't expect that.
Yeah, I did not expect it. And I thought to myself immediately, and literally the chest jumped out, the heart sank, and I was like, literally the step in my brain in nanoseconds, and you can see it on the broadcast, my eyes sort of flicker, and I go, the car's exploded, but he's in the safety cell. This is literally it. When the car's exploded, he's in the safety cell. The onboard fire extinguisher would have gone off automatically, so it wouldn't have stopped the fire, but it would have kept it away from his area. I thought, that's gone through the Armco. I thought that went through the Armco, because it's a part of the track where there's no tyres or anything. So I thought that's a heavy one. And I thought, has anything come into the cockpit? And then, of course, because I knew the race was immediately red flagged, I said, red flag, race is immediately stopped as well. And then I immediately looked down to make sure it was Grosjean, because I checked the driver tracker and it said, yep, Grosjean has stopped on the track. So I thought, Grosjean. We had in our ears team radio coming from Kvyat saying, oh my God, that was a big one. Is he okay?
I've actually listened to all the drivers after.
That was all,
everything. And you can actually hear so much emotion in Leclerc's voice. It's like, is he okay? Is he okay? Is he okay?
Yeah, and that's all coming through our earphones as well.
And Bottas was like, was that a car?
Yeah, the big fireball. And we were, that's all coming through our earphones as well.
It was like, is there a fire? Why is there a fire?
Yeah, but then my immediate thought is, right.
Everyone asked who it was.
Yeah, my next thought was, right, this could be a death. I wasn't going to say that live on air. I was not going to say, that looks bad, that he's dead. I wasn't going to say that. What I was going to say was...
obviously he's not.
What through my head was, he could be dead. Do Murray Walker, go silent, quiet, bring the tension down, don't over-dramatize it, bring the tension down, calm everyone down, and wait for the facts to come in. And that's what I did. I immediately stopped the excitement, which is very hard at the adrenaline at the start of a race. So I calmed it down. I returned to a normal talking voice, kept everyone calm. And then I got slightly more high-pitched as it went along because we were hearing absolutely nothing until we saw him in the back of the medical car. That was it. I was like, oh, thank God for that. And I was like, he's okay. He's out.
You could just see me like that.
Yeah,
I didn't take my face out of my hand for about 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, it was helped by Dad as well, who immediately took over some of the commentary role of analysis so I could get my thoughts together, because I generally did think this could be a death. You're going to have to handle this live on a YouTube channel. And also, it's rather selfish, but I was thinking to myself, no matter what you do in your future career, this is going to be something that will be on your channel. And people who hire you are going to see this, and they're going to see how you are handling this. So I thought to myself as well...
And you know how to handle it.
Yeah, I thought to myself, for God's sake, Josh, do this professionally. Don't say anything you don't know. Wait until you see everything. And that's exactly what I did. And I kept it on, and I kept it going as well. And as soon as I saw that, and we analysed the crash as well, and we kept on for 2 hours under the red flag. An hour and 45 minutes the red flag was out, and everything was repaired and cleared up. But honestly, it was like, wow, that was a big one.
And all of us stayed.
And that happened again a couple of weeks ago in Formula E, that race with Lynn flying over backwards.
Lynn. I was just like...
Because we had nothing, did we? So we didn't see the crash live on television. We never saw... all we knew was the safety car came out. We saw on the driver tracker he was in trouble. And then the red flag came out. We saw the ambulances coming down as well. Do you remember? The 2 ambulances coming down the track. I was like, wow. That race in that was another one. So 2 red flags and 2 possible fatalities to handle live on YouTube. It was very stressful. So we've been put through the ringer a little bit. To catch up here from what's happening in the chat. Synthol says, "Yeah, I understand. I saw you immediately went red flag while the time till the accident was happening. Till the red flag took longer than that. So I only thought you saw it. Yeah, I saw." Because I immediately put the red flag bulletin on because we've got hotkeys so we can easily turn it on. So I immediately put the red flag on because I saw it on the timing monitor. So I thought, that's it. It's a stoppage. It's a red flag. Immediately put it on. Let the viewers know it's a red flag. So if they've got us on mute, they can see something's happening. At the start, I always put the app away so I don't know what will happen. So I don't know there will be a safety car, whatever. Yeah, that's generally what I do as well. Unfortunately, it's just because I looked down to see that the race was stopped. Because it just caught my eye. Because what happens on the timing screen, you might have noticed it when it's red flagged on this driver tracker alongside us. The names move down a position. So I saw the red flag because it caught my eye line because I was stood up and I was looking up and it's caught my eye line in the bottom. So I generally do try and keep away from the live timing aspect until the end of the opening lap so we know what happens. The only time I look at the screen if there's a crash or anything. Yeah, I posted all those team radios. I posted that Leclerc team radio a few days ago, actually, says Synthol. And Live on Mr. Moody is one of our moderators. You handled it very well, in all honesty. Thank you there as well. And do go subscribe to him as well on YouTube, little Mr. Moody as well. He does loads of game playthroughs on Call of Duty as well. And it's a lot of fun just to chill back and relax and listen as well. And Synthol says, that was the first time ever I was so near to crying. It was such a shock and so unexpected. Yeah, honestly, I felt that as well. I sat down eventually after we saw it was okay because it was like, wow, it's just such a roller coaster of emotions to have that go through. But yeah, that was what happened.
Oh, I've just seen something. It's like this animation of how the crash happened.
Yes, that was released a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it, by the Dutch commentators, I believe.
I'm going to watch this quite soon.
Okay, you're over to you. Make sure the volume's down, otherwise the mic will pick it up. But yeah, that's what happened overall. That's what happened from my perspective in the commentary box, because obviously you saw it, but you don't know what we were thinking, so it's nice to go through it. And we've got the time to do it in testing. And so basically that's what happened from the commentary box point of view.
Hold on, I'll show.
No, don't.
Why? It's just like animation.
I really wouldn't, because it got copyrighted by people.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, still, look.
Thank you, Synthol. It was released by French TV. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah. Yeah, that's what happened. He got turned around.
How did he not hit his head on the barrier?
Halo. The Halo acted like a Jaws of Life situation, like a can opener. It just completely kept it through. Yeah, the animation, yeah. Yeah, that's the animation we're watching. Megan's watching now in the box.
Yeah,
I suggest you all go watch that as well on the YouTube. So, Megan?
Do you know the thing he released after?
Well,
like,
the interview.
talking about
with Martin.
Yeah, he said that he was trying to get out, though until he calmed down, he couldn't.
Yeah, he couldn't get out of the car. He was panicking and everything. But he say at one point as well, he sat down and sort of accepted.
Yeah, he
accepted that he was going to die.
He was going to die, though the thing that made him want to get up again was his kids.
Scary stuff, though. Terrifying stuff. Terrifying situation to be in as well. And I think that's why everyone was so happy he got out of the car and is thankfully now healed as well.
Just think, if he had never had kids, then he might not have got
out of the car. Yeah,
he might have just accepted it.
Yeah, it's really, really bizarre. I'll start making a compilation after testing. If it's done, I'll send you the link to the Insta. Thank you very much. Well, yeah, at Joshua Burch 99. Follow me on there and I'll follow you back as well. I think I got your account this morning, but I can't really remember if it's the right one or not. Megan, 2 hours to go testing. you are released from the world of the commentary box for today.
I shall go and get Dad.
Okay, so before you leave, moment of the test for you so far today. Who's caught your eye? I know you said Latifi, but
Apart from Alonso.
yes.
Oh,
Do you? Okay. Oh, do I? Oh, okay. Never mind. Apparently, I already follow.
I'm gonna have to say Giovinazzi.
Do you know what? You're right. I do follow you. Yeah, I thought. Did I do that this morning? I can't remember. You're saying Giovinazzi?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Megan.
Bye-bye.
Oh, sorry. Say that again.
Bye-bye.
Good. Bye-bye, Megan. Kuja Damari, how are you? I'm very good. Thank you very much. Hopefully, you're well too. Oh, Megan, we're low on iPad battery. Could you go get me? Oh, no, man. I've got a charger here. It's all right. We're low on iPad battery. Isn't that always the way for F1 testing? So, Ian Burch is about to join me in the commentary box for an hour. For Craig Woolard will be on in the last hour of the test session today. Before we get ready for all of the action to conclude. As I'm just pulling my iPad off. I'm still here, by the way. Hello. I'm just plugging my iPad in because it's on 10% of battery charge. And anyone knows your iPads, you know, it's absolutely horrific to get it less than that at the moment. So you've just got to get that sorted up quickly. I'll stand back up now. Synthol says, if we knew anything we know now about the crash of Grosjean, except if he survived or not, it just looks impossible to survive. It really did. And I'm very, very surprised that he managed to get out of the car at all, in all honesty, because it was certainly the most scariest accident I have ever seen in Formula One. And I thought Kubica's was, in all honesty. I thought Kubica's accident was unthinkable and unsurvivable, but somehow Kubica managed to do it. He really is a titan in terms of Formula One action, isn't he, Kubica? Big accident in 2007. Life-threatening injuries in 2011 with the rallying accident he suffered that partially severed his right arm, and it had to be surgically reattached overall. So just putting the... There we go. Just making sure that's charging. Oh, we've got no charge at the moment. Well, isn't that annoying? No charge at the moment in our iPad, so we'll get back to that ASAP. I'll have to call Megan back and ask her to bring in a charger. But with 1 hour, 57 minutes and 50 seconds to go, Kuja Damari says, what do you think about Mohamed Utas and the last race? Utas versus Kalak. Because Utas won, didn't Utas was second and Benny won, didn't he? Utas was racing hard, but I think he actually got beaten, didn't he, for the first time? So that was a surprise. Overall, as I can hear Alex Jakes laughing in the background as Lance Stroll goes 12th overall in the order of things. As I'm just having to message to say, please bring me my charger because we've got nothing here in the box. So, get in touch. I want to know all of your actions. And to be honest with you, I can't remember what happened in the last race. 2 hours left of the session. We're past half distance of the afternoon. Yeah, to be honest with you, Kuja, I cannot remember what happened in the last race that well. Albeit we've done about 12 hours of testing, 14 hours of testing now. Cannot text and talk at the same time. It's really bad of me. I do apologise to get that song. Cynthia says, not a lot happening so far during the second part. No, sadly not. They're mainly out there at the moment just circulating on the track, aren't they? Nobody in a hurry to venture out and have a big blast for any session. The night is drawing in though. Usually the last hour of the session will have the lights come on around the circuit, and if I'm not mistaken, I think they've automatically been triggered because there's a little shine on the Aston Martin just in front of this picture here. Saying that though, Giovinazzi's come back out on the track now. He's in 4th place at the moment, Perez in 3rd, but Latifi's still 5th overall. And Lance Stroll from 12th place moves up the order to P7 on a 1:32.851. So Stroll goes 7th with a 1:32.851. That's a very, very quick time there from Lance Stroll. Looking good. Yes, to be honest with you there, Kujak, I cannot honestly remember what happened with Mohamed Ujas in the last race. All I can remember is that he was second with Benny Callagh winning the race. Yeah, he finished second and Benny Callagh won. That'll be on BBB, on the BBB Racing on Twitch. That is going to be another classic one. I'll make a 2020 I'll make a 2020 compilation. Yeah, do it. I can't wait. So I think Ian Burch is on his way to the commentary box shortly. He's going to bring that charger with him as well, which is handy and very nice. We're on 10% on the iPad at the moment, so trust me to drain the iPad of all its battery, because what we do is at the moment, because we have a power bank which we charge the iPad with at the moment, so that disappeared throughout the moment, so we'll have to get that sorted and fixed. 1 hour 54 minutes to go in this session so far. Mick Schumacher still in the garage at the moment as we wait. By the way, if you missed our Sir Frank Williams documentary, that'll be on in about 55 minutes time as well. Once again, as we'll welcome Craig Woolard to the commentary box in an hour, or 54 minutes and 10 seconds, but joining me for the next 54 minutes and 10 seconds is Ian Burch, who's somehow walking to the commentary box very shortly to put on a headset and start commentating about this session. And I'll better stand up actually for the remaining of this, because he sits down, I stand up. For 53 minutes, here he is now, walking into the back of the commentary box, and hopefully he has got that charger for the iPad, which wasn't there, which I've tried to plug in within the one bus mixer lead, and it's a 5 volt. How long have you been commentating? In terms of duration or in terms of lifetime? Because in terms of duration now, I've done it all day, as you know, but I've done about 14 hours worth of testing so far today. Ian Burch joins me in the commentary box now. If you mean lifetime commentating, here's somebody who can answer that question for you, who's alongside me in the commentary box, in terms of how long I've been actually commentating for.
Too long.
Yeah, that's right, too long. No, about what? How long has it been now? It's been a long time, isn't it? Oh, I just plugged my charger in.
Yeah, I mean, he did it. He did it before he came onto YouTube and things like that.
I think
for about 6 or 7 years.
Yeah, so round about we did it on and off from about 2004, but seriously, it was from about 2010, wasn't it? 2009, 2010, more permanently. Yeah, so around about that. Yeah, long time.
Yeah, he was only about I'll give you age away, 11.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's 10 years ago. Yeah. So we started. It was on and off rate. Oh, look at that time! Antonio Giovinazzi has just jumped to the top of the timesheets on a 1:31.533. So this is happy hour. We're going to see everybody now setting faster lap times. Oh, since when did you start commentating? 2004, I did a couple of races, and then from about then onwards, I did the odd race. Not many, because I preferred watching them. But then I think since BBC got the contract in 2009, I think I started doing them all. 2010, you bought a karaoke machine for me, so I did them then. And then I got a headset 2011, microphones again from then onwards. So yeah, I'd say around about 2009, 10
and
onwards.
now this lot.
And now all this equipment in the commentary box, yeah, with headsets and YouTube and broadcasting, yeah, basically. It's weird where one microphone at a party age 3 goes to, isn't it? I've got that photo. I remember the microphone. I found that photograph, which is thankfully actually a photograph existed the very first time I got hold of a microphone, and that was at that party, wasn't it? That my uncle Keith gave it to me, didn't he? And now I had that photograph.
His older sister liked Formula One. I loved Formula One, and even his older brother liked Formula One.
He used to though.
He doesn't like so much now.
I ruined it, he says.
He says you ruined it. Yeah, and so he became fanatical about Formula One, and then this was about when he was about 16, 17 months old.
Mm.
He would scream if you turned it off, and
I
so
can't remember this.
he would to get him to sleep in the bedroom. You would just the easiest way was to leave Formula One on,
Yeah.
and then he would fall asleep
See,
with
easy.
it on.
I do love a good race.
We tried all the usual things like whiskey on the dummy and things like that, but no, Formula One was the one.
Well, petrol instead of alcohol. Norris has now gone P1 on a 1:31.239. So Lando Norris tops for McLaren at the moment. That's a really good time.
Yeah,
on the
Lando had
boards.
a problem with his. We're not sure whether or not it was a problem or a deliberate thing by
Yeah.
McLaren with the steering wheel, which was set at the cruising speed.
That was the issue, right?
Which meant that he had to use his tyres he had to warm up his tyres by especially around the corners, going left and right with his steering wheel.
Incredibly quick, yeah.
And then as soon as they changed the steering wheel, so everybody, because it's testing things, it must be deliberate. It didn't look deliberate. It looked like there was a problem with the steering wheel.
We saw Ricardo change it this morning. Do you remember? He
yeah.
changed the steering wheel.
Mercedes and
He's twitching there out of one. Yeah, go on.
Mercedes and Aston Martin are absolutely sure that the gearbox problems from yesterday and today are not related.
And God for that.
But
It's the same one.
if you've got two faults in a Mercedes built gearbox, then the design is wrong.
Yeah.
And this could be worrying for Mercedes, but then again, it's Mercedes. They will sort it out, and they won't take long to do so.
Incredibly quickly, they will sort it out. They will get it fixed. Nicholas Latifi is just getting ready to jump out of the car. I thought he was going to jump in the car, which I find disappointing.
Yeah, that's an interesting place to put that.
Yeah, just pop it out. Don't worry, we'll find it.
Yeah, it's on the. Where did we put it? Oh yes, it's on the transponder.
And then they wonder why they get no data back, and it all breaks off later on. Yeah.
Anyway, dead air.
Sorry, I'm just replying to Craig Willard, who's asking for the link for later, so I'm just sending that back. Craig Willard joins me in 48 minutes' time, so you haven't got long in the box. After your hour and a half stint this morning in the box. So it's all good. Yeah, it was around.
I
about
have
Megan
been quite ill since then, so
Yes.
you're lucky you've got me at all.
Yeah, Megan said that's why. I'm glad you made
Megan
it.
took my place at 1 o'clock. So.
Yeah, Megan walked in when we were on the phone with Ribosome, who was on the chat.
I know. Yes, I've seen a picture of him.
Oh, fantastic.
Hiya. And
It's back to work now, unfortunately.
dear.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate. He didn't get to relax on a Saturday. But just getting everything set because, as I said, Craig Willard will be joining me as Christian Horner watches on and chats with Sergio Perez.
Christian Horner, who was persuaded his boss, Dietrich Mateschitz.
Yes, yeah.
God, I remembered the name. Right, he's persuaded him to solve the problem of the engines by getting Red Bull's boss to actually buy the Honda engine plant that produces their engines.
Yeah.
And they've basically leased the majority of the staff, and that means up until they've done this in the first instance up until the change in the engine regs.
Yeah.
And that's why that's why Red Bull have been pushing for the situation with the engine to be clarified that it will remain the same until I think it's 2026.
Around about then, yeah.
Yeah.
When the next Aero... It's around about until 2026, maybe
But
2025.
Anybody who was thinking that Red Bull is leaving Formula One last year, there's your answer. You don't spend that sort of money, and it is a large amount of money.
Very large. They want to
And
keep
what they're
it,
hoping is that they end up supplying other people.
They want to have a Red Bull engine, effectively, don't they? They have looked at developing their own. And so have McLaren, to be fair.
It's Honda's little compromise. They wanted to concentrate on other sports.
Yeah.
And developing electric engines as well for other sports, but you know, at the end of the day, look at the situation with when you do the LMP1 in
WEC, yeah.
World Endurance. The actual petrol-driven part of that engine is virtually just it's little more than a shoebox.
It's very small, yeah.
Very, very small, and it's little more than a glorified starter motor. And I think that's how Formula One will go in the end.
Oh, hopefully, yeah, because they need it
as
smaller. Yeah.
They're already a hybrid. There's and they're enhancing this. There was a lot of wasted energy, like kinetic energy that they started. That was the first thing they started harnessing that.
Yeah, harvesting the braking energy as well. Synthol says...
It's a lot warmer in here than it was earlier.
Told you, it heats up. Oh, big twitches there for Bottas coming out of turn 4. Got the rear tyre on the curb. It went to accelerate and just spat him. It managed to save it, though, a bit like Sainz did earlier on this morning. Synthol says McLaren now 1 and 3. Yep, Norris and Ricciardo. It's very strong for them on day 2 of testing.
And the first... I don't know if you know this, but the first little problem... they are desperate to know if anybody asks them a question, whether or not anyone is actually complaining about their diffuser area.
Is it because it looks remarkably...
It's too straight.
Yeah. I think I said that yesterday, didn't I?
There is a change in the regulation there.
Yeah.
And the way they've got round it is that, is it a diffuser or is it...
Oh, don't say it, yeah.
The base of the gearbox.
That would be an illegal situation if they did it, yeah.
If they did this, then, if it's the base of the gearbox, then it's legal.
Sketchy, in my mind, to let them do
All
that.
they've done is extended the base of the gearbox.
Yeah.
And made it...
I would be very surprised if they got away with that.
Well, they have done. It's been clarified and it's been looked at.
Yeah, but if you remember, so was Racing Point.
Yes, so was Racing Point, and yeah.
They got chop blocked, didn't they, last year?
And on the subject, today's Racing Point is racing with an old Mercedes air ducts.
Yeah.
And the reason they can do this is because of the fact that they ran them last year. And if you remember last year when people complained, they said they get away with it because they ran them the year before.
Oh, hello. It's Kim Lion, who is an F1 YouTuber and photographer who I must thank a lot because his vlogs every single night provide great interest to me as to seeing what it's like in the F1 paddock at the moment. And he gets some very good breaking news stories as well and some great photographs. As well, so back to you on that. Just had to say thank you on air.
Ear to the ground. He's got. He's.
And one of only a few people who will be fully vaccinated by the time he leaves Bahrain because he chose to have his vaccine because he's Australian, lives in Australia, and he's away from home all year now. Won't get back until the end of the season, he doesn't think. So he thought, let's have the vaccination here in Bahrain. Makes perfect sense for him.
What's this up here about?
Where?
About French TV and
we were on about the Bahrain Grand Prix and how about with swearing on air and everything and how you accidentally swore live on air. That's what we were on about. And they were saying on Dutch television they swear all the time because we were on about Grosjean's accident because Megan said this is the track where Grosjean had his accident. So yeah, if
anybody does watch Dutch TV, now that it's digital we can't get it, but in the summer and October time, especially if it was foggy, we could get Dutch TV in England on the East Coast. And so we used to watch Leo the Lion on the adverts and things like that. They have a little lion that goes like that.
It's always at the racetrack, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, and the reason Dutch people speak such good English is, and Belgian people as well, is that... a lot of their shows, especially the American shows, were not dubbed, whereas in Germany they are.
Yeah,
they're all dubbed into German in Germany, apart from English comedies such as Faulty Towers and The Flying Circus, Monty Python. But in Belgium and Holland, virtually all the foreign shows are kept in their own languages, whether they're French or British or American, you know, and they put subtitles at the bottom of the screen, and Dutch people are brilliant at English, and so are the Belgians.
Synthol says, you guys can have F1 TV, right? You can get the Dutch language on there. It's complicated. We have F1 TV access, which means that we can see all the classic races that have been archived. So everything, all races from last year back, but we can't see the current year live.
That's
on
because
the F1
of the
TV.
deal with Sky.
Yeah, because so basically we already pay for Sky F1 effectively, so we just watch the coverage via Sky F1, and we see F2, F3, and all on the Porsche Super Cups and all the F1 lot. But it does annoy me because the Pit Lane channel had some amazing content last year, and I had to wait until December 31st, 1st of January. And then I spent the whole of New Year's Day just watching everything I could.
Last year, it was quite a few races were on NBC Live, and so if you got access to American TV via the internet or the satellite or your little Fire Stick, which you can, and you can get.
We can't anymore.
No, we ours has been blocked.
It's been dodgy, isn't it, for a while? I'm trying to fix that.
I am missing Days of Our Lives. I used to watch it quite regularly, you know, on at 5 o'clock on NBC4.
I found some on Twitch. That
NBC4 for New York.
As we see at the moment, this is Nikita. No, sorry, this is Mick Schumacher. Don't you think
Michael's got
go on.
Mick. We'll have to call him Mick because we get confused with his father.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's easy because of his helmet is the German flag.
Don't you think it looks a bit like Ralph's instead of Michael's?
Well, possibly.
Yeah, it looks more Ralph.
You've got to remember that
Look,
Ralph.
there it is, look
Ralph.
over there.
Ralph is his mentor. His father has been hurt for so long now that Ralph has taken over the mantle of looking after him, and he's what's his young cousin called?
Rolf. It was, I think.
No.
Your cousin.
It's his cousin that is in
David Schumacher.
David
his
Schumacher,
son, yeah.
named after David Coulthard,
Yeah.
of course.
Look, don't you think though? Ralph's helmet is identical to Mick's. Don't you think? Look, it's yellow,
Yeah, I see what you mean.
and on the back as well, it's got the similar red stripes. So
yeah,
Mick,
but Mick Schumacher's helmet is on the
is it?
side
Yeah.
of it. It
It's
looks
more
like
Michael,
a German
yeah.
flag.
Yeah, but if it is
But
incredibly similar.
I see what you mean. I can see the two helmets. I can
Yeah.
see the one in the car and that. you know.
It does look incredibly similar. If we look at Michael's, actually, for a second, Michael, for most of his career, ran with the red helmet, of course. But,
He did have a silver one at one point.
yeah, he had some, there it is, look, for that. But if you look at Michael's helmet,
And that was to do with Marlborough.
yeah, if the only difference is they had the same infield pattern with the German flag on the back, as you said, but Michael's helmet was red, Ralph's was yellow, and it was Ralph's yellow helmet that meant that the red part of the German flag stood out a lot more. So the back of the helmet on both Schumacher brothers are the same, but Mick has chosen to go yellow, which looks a lot more like Ralph's. Because I don't think it would have been allowed to go red, which is Michael's. But yeah, just a little thing I saw today, and I just thought, oh my God, it's Ralph's helmet instead. Which I found bizarre. I would have thought he would have gone green.
Yeah.
Blue.
Michael's manager
Yeah.
it manages Mick, and he has the lad that was the third driver. It's either his uncle at the track with him or the lad who was the third driver at Ferrari when Michael was there.
Oh. Bedoya or Genet? Marc Genet.
It's Bedoya, isn't it?
It must be Luca
Luca
Bedoya, yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's Luca Bedoya as well that looks after Mick and mentors him along with his uncle.
Yeah.
And and he's Michael's manager. She manages him and looks after him like a little mother hen.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's always nice when they're at the chat together with Mick's mother as well.
Yeah, Christina was there, wasn't
Yeah.
she, last year?
Always, I'm a bit annoyed actually because a little personal story here as well. Before we were on YouTube, we were on Facebook, and I did the 6 hours of Silverstone, and I covered that on Facebook. on the live grid bits. And during the race, I was down with a few friends, and my friend Will went off for a walk around the paddock because we were allowed into the paddock that day, and he went into the.
That's because he just wanders anywhere.
Yes, but we were allowed, we had access, but he went into the support paddock, and at times.
No, I don't mean that.
Yeah?
He would just wander anywhere. He'd wander past security guards. And
Oh yeah, Will did go everywhere.
he just if you look like you should be there,
Yeah.
then they don't challenge you and ask to
Yes.
look at
There's
your pass.
there's another question that Will got into the what they're called, Ford garage.
Yeah.
And Will just stood in the Ford garage for about 20 laps until he decided to leave his own because we had to be on air. But he was into the Ford garage. So yeah, Will was a lot. Well, he disappeared. But during that time, he was walking past, and Mick Schumacher was walking the other way.
Yeah.
So he met Mick Schumacher, had a quick chat with him, high-fived him, and then they both walked off.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, but the problem was, I should have gone.
His dad would never have done that.
No, Michael wouldn't have. But no, the problem is, Will has met Mick Schumacher. I haven't, and the problem is the fact that I want to.
There was such a sense of arrogance about Michael Schumacher, and he, but he really knew his stuff. He really, he's a bit like Alonso, really.
Yeah.
Alonso got had a little set to about 3 years ago with Johnny Herbert. And he had no idea that the reason Johnny didn't go on to be a world champion himself
his
was
feet,
the injuries
yeah.
to his feet suffered in that crash where his foot was nearly severed.
Brands Hatch, yeah.
Yeah, it was only hanging on by its skin, and
Yeah,
things
it was
like that.
really,
So
it was
to actually
attached,
go
yeah.
on and win the races that Johnny did was absolutely amazing. But he had this arrogance, and he even walked past him on air and said something. And Alonso, and Alonso, since that, and then everybody in the paddock was like, "Don't you know who Johnny Herbert
Yeah.
is?
I remember, yeah.
And don't you know what happened to him?" And things like that. I mean, Johnny, when he walks up and down, if his foot starts to hurt badly, he does the nearest. Nearest team, doesn't matter who it is, right? Their doctor will come out and help him.
Yeah, straight away.
And he's well thought of. I mean,
He's the only person who's allowed a scooter in the paddock.
yeah, apart from a certain person called Lewis Hamilton.
Yes. Well, no, Lewis is his push is foot pedal.
Roscoe even can
yeah.
operate that scooter.
Lewis's is.
That's brilliant. I've seen Roscoe on the scooter.
I have, yeah. Lewis's scooter is he has to physically do it himself, but Johnny's he's the only one allowed that's electric.
Electric.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so-
I get
yeah.
you.
And going on about, I do remember that actually with Johnny Herbert. It was when he said that Alonso should retire.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
They had this little spat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, and Johnny won.
How would
completely,
you?
Yeah.
How would you know? You never got to the top.
He's a world champion in GT.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's another point.
Yeah.
He's also a Le Mans champion,
And Damon Hill, he did enter Le Mans, I think, a couple of times, but he never won.
Oh,
So.
Dill.
Yeah, I don't think he entered, but I don't think he never won because he would have done the Triple Crown otherwise. Like his dad, Graham Hill, still the only driver in history to do the Triple Crown of motorsport, which is winning at Monaco, winning the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and winning the Indy 500. Fernando Alonso is the last driver to try, and admitted himself he's failed.
Alonso has had such. We're saying about Alonso's arrogance, but there is another side to Alonso. He's like one of those Jekyll and Hydes. He's got this arrogance about him.
Yeah.
Where and he's a bit of a diva, and demands things of his team and gets them, and like the sacking of Cyril Boutte, and because he doesn't feel that they were in the same.
The same wavelength.
That
really,
is the rumour anyway, and it's only a rumour. We don't know whether it's true or not. We can't say that. Yes, we can. Yes, but
it's
we
pretty
can't.
much certain as he left because he didn't want to be.
They just didn't get on.
And they replaced him as well.
Right, but there's also because I mean, my daughter will kill me if I don't tell you the good side of Fernando. Like Fernando has his karting. He puts his money into. He has karting tracks to bring young kids up. Into the sports, he's got a brilliant karting track. He's got a cycle racing team.
Yes, yeah, and that's what he was training with when he crashed. Yeah,
he's got a cycle racing team, and he puts an awful lot of money back into the grassroots of sports like cycling and motorsport to try and bring people on for the future and things like that. So he's a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde, and you know,
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Going forward, Alonso.
the rest of them are footballers. So
Yes, Alonso's. I was about to say that as well. You took the words right out of my mouth. Yeah, Alonso's cousins are footballers.
yes,
Quite a lot of them.
yeah, quite a few distant cousins and cousins. Yeah,
Yeah, like second cousins as well.
Yeah.
There's a lot in the family, and of course,
it's Alonso. Alonso seems to be like Jones around. You know, our neighbours called
Yeah.
Jones, and people down the street are called Jones.
Alonso's a very common
Alonso
name. Yeah.
seems to be a common name in Spain, and Fernando is the most famous of them.
Our chat has just come back on, and I can see that Synthil has said that going back to the language of English language being taught in Belgian Dutch schools, he says that I actually get school in English. Like 90% of my school subjects are taught in English. Oh,
Wow.
that's amazing. Yeah.
I mean, we also have round here, and I know we're not in the EU anymore, but I think the agreement is still there.
Yeah.
We have a lot of people. We have a ferry that goes from Hull to Zeebrugge and one to Amsterdam.
Amsterdam, yeah.
And
It still works, yeah. Yeah, I know.
a lot of students from Humberside and South Yorkshire
Yeah.
are actually students in universities in Holland and Belgium, right? Because it's cheaper than our universities, which charge a large amount of money.
Oh.
And
Do they?
do they?
Yes,
do
they do.
Do they? You are the third of my children that has been and done university,
Yes.
right? And you cost me less than all of them
I stayed local.
because you stayed local because your university was local.
And it worked, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just very glad that it did work out because COVID meant that when all the other universities were shutting down, I could continue for about another month.
Yeah.
So when everyone shut down in February, I didn't finish until what, April?
Yeah.
Yeah,
something
so I got
like that.
lucky,
But
yeah.
it's you know, Nottingham was David went to Manchester Met.
Yeah.
And Kellyanne went to Nottingham. Jack went to Nottingham. Who's
Different ones,
my
though.
son-in-law.
Yeah,
And
they did different
one,
ones.
Yeah, one went to
Trent, one went to
Nottingham Trent,
yeah.
and the other one went to Nottingham universities.
You know, Jack's going to kill me for saying this, but I still don't know what he does for a job, really. He's like Barney in How I Met Your Mother. Nobody quite knows what he does.
Well, it's IT, isn't he?
Yeah, he's IT. I know he's IT, but it's like, I bet he probably have an acronym that he can say.
Yeah, he used to just do it. He used to be the. He had his own little private customers, but his main job was with the England football team.
I must just say also, he's
but
very
now
good. Yeah.
he got headhunted by this company, and he's doing brilliant at that company, and he still does stuff for the English FA and other people with this company,
And also,
he does
yeah.
varied different things.
Also, as
Which
well,
is good. Which
Yeah,
is
go on.
good for Kellyanne and him getting tickets for Wembley.
also
he actually,
yeah, go on.
right? They actually. He said something about one Christmas when they had the good do at Wembley. Right, the security and the staff had a little kickabout on the turf.
Yes, he played at football at Wembley, didn't he? Yeah.
So he's actually played football
Yeah.
in a kickabout at a Christmas party on the Wembley turf. So that's lucky. I would love to have done that.
Adding into that as well, Jack is the one who created the introduction sting that you see on the channel.
Yes, he did.
And the logo
So you
over
asked
here.
what he does. That's what he does.
Yeah, and he designed the logo
The little
down there.
logo down here of Joshua,
Yeah, which is actually, it was...
which is weird because the one thing wrong with it is his mouth. He hasn't got a mouth.
Well, no, it's aesthetics for that as well. There's no eyes.
No,
but
because we couldn't decide whether or not to have it
it
a
looked too
big
freaky.
mouth or a little
Yeah.
mouth.
Yeah, but no, it's actually a real pose. That was taken from a video with a blue shirt on.
Yeah.
And Jack
Just
edited it all.
cartoonised
Yeah,
it.
it was
Yeah.
brilliant. Yeah, so that's where the logo came from. Jack
Also,
designed it and did the video.
I mean, to be honest, right? that opens the fact that you can speak your own language and you can speak English up to education standards.
Amazing.
Like you do, because you've been educated at school in 90% of your lessons in English. That opens up a lot of the world for you.
Yeah.
You know, all the Commonwealth countries virtually all speak English, including Australia and Canada. The United States speak English, and a lot of people don't realise that there's only about two. There's only about two countries in the world that don't make their pilots speak English. You know, English also unites countries. China, there's something like about 30 different languages in China, which is a massive, massive country. And the one thing that unites them is English. We had our problems in the 80s with Argentina, but they also had 3 national newspapers that printed in English because English was used in Argentina as well as a second language. And so if you can speak English from school, it does open up.
Just talking back to that,
we are still Europeans, even though we're not members of the EU.
Yeah.
Our problem with the EU was the fact that the EU wanted to control finances. It wanted to control the army and the navy. I mean, a lot of people don't know, right? And ask the question: how many aircraft carriers does Russia have? And the answer is 1, and it's 50 years old, right? We have 3. 1 is 25 years old, and the other 2 are less than 5 years old. You know, and France is the same. France didn't want to, you know, it's one thing being in NATO, but a combined European army and navy would have been.
It had a lot of things to go wrong.
Us and the French would have been paying for most of it. Let's put it that way, because the French are the same as us. They've got a good armed forces, both in the navy, and they've got a large navy, and they've got a large armed forces. We was always said that we were the America's backups. Every time America went to war somewhere, Britain would follow, be with its large army. Well, we've reduced our army, but we still believe, and I'm glad America does now that Trump's gone. There are places in the last 4 years that's really needed the help of people like the French, the British, and the Americans, and haven't had it because you might think it has been interfering. We say it's just protecting the people from people with guns.
That's
a political statement.
That's 2 in this morning. You had 1 this morning, 1 this afternoon.
Yeah, getting a bit political again, aren't I?
Yes.
Never mind.
Oh, well. Well, Edward Hunter will be joining the show tomorrow, and no doubt we'll be talking more about the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix that's coming up as well, and everything that's happening in there.
Saudi Arabia get away with anything they like because of the fact they control the oil. But, everyone's going over to electric.
Yes, so there won't be too long. I think that's why they've really started to open up everything, really, haven't they?
So they're now having to think, and that's why, I mean, they didn't let ladies drive until, 2 years ago?
And I love how
for about 30 years before that, they had a ban on ladies driving. Why?
I love how the first
one of their girls in the electric Jaguar series.
The first racing driver was in Formula E with the electric Jaguar I-Pace.
And she did fantastic. Yeah. And you know.
And she'd only been racing for at that time 18 months.
She was a natural, wasn't she?
Yeah,
she took to it like a duck to water.
There's debris on the start-finish straight. It looks like a wing. It's a bit orange. McLaren.
Lando. What has Lando been up to again?
And this is all over the track.
You can't let them drive over.
Alonso's going to run straight over all of it, and it is. Oh, it's red actually, maybe. Although Norris has just come into the pit lane. And this will be a red flag.
Well, if you look at this, it's black and white. It's black and white. There it is. It's an
engine cover off Sergio Perez's Red Bull. It's blown on the start-finish straight.
I was going to say, it had some black in there, and it had some white, and it had some orange.
So it's the engine cover. The photographers are going to be getting the shots they want out there, aren't they? Of what the new Red Bull engine looks like.
It's just disintegrated. Most of it's still it's on its fixings.
Oh, and Alonso's run right over that. Red flag, session stopped.
So, you can actually see that bit that came up. You can see that's a Red Bull now.
Oh, hang on a minute. The red flags come out. And did Latifi come out of the pit lane when the session was stopped?
No, he came from the left-hand side of that track, surely.
Well, I hope he,
Because he actually drove through the left-hand side of the debris, so he couldn't have done.
Well, here's the red flag now, so the session is stopped, and Red Bull immediately covering up their Honda engine to all their secrets, but the photographer and certainly all the camera people have got it.
Wow, it's not the engine cover.
What is it then?
It's the side pod.
The side pod's come off. Oh.
Yeah, the engine side pod, the side of the engine. It's under the engine cover's still on. Look.
Asking on the chat, did they touch? No.
No.
A complete failure of the car.
No,
of the engine stuff. Yeah.
It didn't look like they actually looked like they were going to, and then all of a sudden,
it's the engine
Perez
cover. Yeah.
It's the side. It's the bottom of the underneath the engine cover on the right-hand side, which is even more worrying.
Because that just blew off. So was it not fastened down properly? Here it is again then. So Latifi's in front. Perez cuts back alongside, and it just falls off.
Hang on, you might be right.
No, I think you're right. It looks like
it looks like it. But was there a touch? I'm looking at the winglets. No, there's no damage to the winglets.
No touching. So yeah, it was definitely just a. And it is. Look, the engine cover's still attached with the shark fin. So you're right. It's the side pod that's blown off, and it's ripped the left-hand side of the engine cover off. Yeah,
it's the side pod that's caused it.
So the side pod's come off, and it's ripped half of the bodywork off at the top of the engine cover. So yeah, that's why the red flag's. Look,
not
it's
the first time we've done it. Because they're not put enough tape on it.
Because it's on the other side. It's on the right-hand side of the car.
They put tape on it.
Yeah.
Right. It might seem, why do they spend all this money and then put, 10 quid's worth of tape on it? It's because the tape is there to try and prevent the air going under and lifting it.
And that's what's happened. Yeah, that's just them returning. And yeah, look. So you're right. The side pod's blown off, and then the right-hand side of the engine cover got ripped off when it blew off, and because the left-hand side's still attached.
Yet again,
and bolted.
It is a mess.
Yeah.
Right. It is a mess. But isn't it better to have these problems in testing?
Yeah, for sure.
And practice, and rather than qualifying in the race.
Yep. And session red flag then. So the second red flag of the day. And, well, you can see why it's confused. Look, it's red, it's orange, it looks McLaren and Ferrari at the same point. So couldn't quickly identify that as a Red Bull. But that's blown up all over the track. And with the wind as well, that's going to be a tricky one to pick back up again.
Haven't they got any blowers?
Useless actually, thinking about it.
Because there's going to be shards still there.
They'll have to
sweep that,
brooms,
surely.
Yeah, they'll have to broom. So this could be a long red flag.
Have they got a broom?
Yeah. They'll have to, surely. 3 lights on there, so the session is stopped. So all the cars coming back out onto the track will come back into the pit lane.
They can actually borrow one if they like from McLaren because they've got a dust mop.
Do they? Oh, yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So everyone watching on now, Adrian Newey's not on the pit wall.
If you don't know what a dust mop is, in your supermarkets and things like that, the people that clear all the cardboard away, and the rubbish that's been dropped by the customers, have this it looks like a normal mop, but it is flat, and it's in a cross, a metal cross, with handles, and you pull it open, and it goes from being like that to like that. And then you just walk up the aisle, and it collects all the cardboard, all the debris, and things like that. And surely Formula One, who took 3 days to redesign the thing for COVID, the air system to help. What do you call them? Ventilators. The ventilators, right? Surely they can develop an air version of that they can just sweep along and just sweep it across.
Perez is staying in the car. Yeah, this might not take that long, but it's the question of Perez can easily get a new end plate put on the car, and they understand exactly why it blew off, which will take a while. But it's the debris on the track, the little shards as well that you don't want.
And I'm sure,
being kept on.
we've got a Shark, and the Dysons are another make, right? But surely those sort of people who have developed such powerful hoovers can make a powerful blower.
Shall I head off to Bahrain now?
Yes.
I've got my broom.
Yeah. It's the first time he's ever had a broom in his hand in his life. Definitely never swept this box. I have, years ago, before I was this ill, so...
I'll have you know I swept the box before the season started. It's just that everything's blown back in again because the door doesn't actually close properly. So I need to fix that.
Oh, the excuses will start. Really excuses.
Session will restart at... now, green light. Session's on. Okay, that was a quick restart procedure. We're green now. So...
And out goes the Alfa Romeo.
They have green flagged the session. So
who's in the Alpha to this afternoon?
Giovinazzi.
I thought it was.
So that was a quick restart, which is making me a bit worried.
Yet again, Giovinazzi is seen by Ferrari because he's a Ferrari Academy driver. Has been is still an important part. They didn't give him the main Ferrari job, but he was in line for it. And he gets like he's learnt a lot off Raikkonen.
Mm.
And he gets a lot out of that car. He does underachieve at times.
Can I ask?
But there were other times in last season that he overachieved, where the car wasn't thought to be capable of getting into the top 10, and he got there.
Yeah.
Whether or not he stayed there was another thing. Reliability was a problem.
So much like your mouth at the moment. Synthor says, I don't think Giovinazzi is going to have to go to Ferrari. He's not going to go to Ferrari. Ferrari have got their dream team.
He is their driver.
Yeah.
It's not good enough to go to the team.
Yeah.
We agree. But he's learning, and he's learned a lot. And if he keeps progressing, he could be a second driver there. The second driver at Ferrari is not always as good as the first. You know, it's not one of these teams where they want two good drivers. Their setup gets better if there's a dominant driver.
Mm.
And that's going to be quite interesting this year with Red Bull because, to be honest, Perez is capable of really matching Max.
I think I said already Perez might finish fourth in the Constructors because I don't think he'd be allowed to pass Max a lot. I think team orders will be because it's like Max is the favourite son.
When Danny Rick was there, he challenged Max completely when in the years that they were together.
Yeah, all the time.
And
it ended in a crash.
It didn't go down well, did it? Max didn't like it, and like with Leclerc, Max is, as you say, seen as the number one driver there.
I can still see shards of debris being flicked up by the cars coming by.
Yeah, they're using the cars as a hoover, aren't they?
Yeah, that's not a great idea.
It's not a good idea.
Finally, I was just going to say, it's very dark out there. The cameraman finally adjusts his balance. This track is maybe better because I don't think there are many places to crash, so no damage by accidents. In Spain, there are quite some places to crash. Yeah, when I was in testing, we had red flags every 5 minutes.
Yeah, the drivers talk about in this track. It's got quite a few long straights, and the corners aren't that challenging for a driver of their standards. So yeah, they've got more control at this particular track, but the long straights actually produce some good races here.
They do. Numerous ones in a row, haven't we? We've had some crackers as well. Just getting ready to...
Especially with a good position in the DRS zones.
They really are, aren't they? Down here to turn 11 and turn 1 and 2 as well.
Yeah.
And up the hill to turn 4. Some really strong overtaking positions. That's what I was doing. I was just getting the YouTube chat open on the phone because I have to start setting up for the... journalist of Craig Woolard to join me in the last hour of today. So I'll just change that over for there because if it's not, then it all goes very crazy on itself because it's not on at the same time.
As soon as you said crazy, the song played in my mind.
Oh, did it? Well, let's just get this.
I love my
connected.
music that much that when I wake up, there's always a song in my head.
That is what is always scary.
Yeah, I know. And sometimes it's ones that I haven't heard of for ages, you know. And things
That's
like
another
that.
thing, yeah. I was always surprised about how many you wake up saying, "Oh, I heard this today," and said that today. Is it really? I haven't heard from some of those in years. Especially two of them. Just getting that set up then. Go to the... don't accidentally hit the two-screen view. Live on air, there we go.
I just thought about the how much soul I listen to nowadays, and Soul City Walking came into my mind.
Oh, Gasly's fastest in the second sector. His personal best, sector 1, on a 29.010. He's just coming out of the last corner. Sector 2 is the 39.114. Cross the line. Goes top. 138.25 for Gasly. So AlphaTauri now, the benchmark here in testing on day 2.
What a lot of people don't realise is, I know we've lost the chat now.
No, it's here.
Oh, it's there, is
Chat's there.
it? A lot of people don't realise is that in testing, right, they have a set.
Oh,
we got
spinner. It's Latifi in the Williams down
Will
at
this be
turn
the
1.
second car? No, he's got it moving, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, he's on the C1.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's okay.
Bottas
up to
backs
now,
out,
we've
yeah.
only, in the 2 days of testing, we've only had one car need to be recovered.
And that was Leclerc, yeah.
That was the Ferrari.
Oh, no, 2. Hamilton this morning. I just forgot about that. Hamilton yeah,
Had
stopped
to
on
be
track, yeah.
recovered in the end.
Yeah, he beached it in the gravel.
Oh, I must have been off
Yeah.
that bit.
I think you were having breakfast. Oh, that was a weird one.
Yeah, I had a nice breakfast, a nice birthday breakfast with my elder son.
So Leclerc down towards the braking zone for turn 1, hits the brakes, the car veers towards the wall. Now, he saved that from being a big accident there. That was a very good avoidance
good.
from Leclerc, from Latifi, because he hits the brakes, the rears locks, spits him towards the right, towards the wall, turns the car the opposite way, and just avoids it. But it's a brand new set of C1 tyres, and he's lost it.
Sounds older than his age, does Latifi. He's another rich kid,
Yeah.
son of a billionaire, and he's like Lance. He must be something about Canadians and the rich Canadians being quite normal.
Anti-stall on the dashboard.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, all 4 locked up. The car went to anti-stall. So that's what happened. Where is Vettel, says Benny. Vettel is down in 16th place and didn't go out this morning due to a problem with the gearbox. He did a 138.
Yeah, as we were saying earlier, Mercedes say that their gearbox problem yesterday and their customers' gearbox problem today are not related.
Yeah.
But do we believe them?
No. Basically, simple answer. Synthol says, how did he spin like that? I see the replay. Wow. Now. Yeah, I think the rear... he locked the
Rear
rears.
locked up.
Yeah, and anti-stall. Yeah. Rears locked, car went into anti-stalls, but a quick reaction to flick the car the other way.
The brakes on the front and rear can be controlled electronically as to the level of and degree that they're set at. And it was from the moment fly-by-wire braking system started in Formula One, there's been a situation where if you've got too much front bias and you approach a corner too fast, then as soon as you start to turn, the rear wheels haven't got enough traction and they slide.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to have to let you go in a few moments' time because,
Good.
At 5 minutes to...
nearly gone.
We've got another 2 minutes on the broadcast, then you'll be gone for the day, and we'll welcome into the commentary box Craig Wallard on the virtual commentary box.
Is Gwen still watching in Australia? Because it's about 2 o'clock in the morning there.
I don't think so. Yeah, I think she'll be. I think she's
do you know when it's races she does, and she does listen and to test it to
yeah, she was in
qualify.
the, Leclerc's off the track big time at the last corner. Just ran wide.
She's not the
curb.
only one. We used to have another one in Australia. Who used to.
Yes, Leclerc off the track, but still managed to go P5, 132.009. That's impressive. Synthos says, last year during qualifying, Sainz had an anti-stall as well in turn 1 right. Yes, he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
He locked up and caused that red flag down at turn 1 in the same place. That's the same accident as well.
Some of the circuits, and in fact, nearly all of them, the drivers have to change the brake bias in every lap
Yeah. Oh, I'm taking
for
the
certain corners. and you know, to make to get the, and it just
caught him, yeah.
You know,
Drags out wide.
in testing with the new car, the new engine, you've got to find out its limits, and that's what these drivers are paid to do. And
Looks less dramatic on board, I might just add, from Charles
yeah, I
Leclerc's
mean,
point of view there.
it could be said, it's probably wrong, but if you don't have a spin in testing or
You're doing
a
it wrong,
slide, then you're doing something wrong. You're not trying hard enough.
No, you need to push the car to the absolute limits.
They used to have who was it? Was it and him who's he had his own team. He was Ferrari for years. He's at
Prost,
Liberty now.
Domenicali. Stefano Domenicali?
No, he's at Liberty. He's the
Pat Simmons.
No, the big guy. You know, he was Jensen.
Ross Brawn.
Ross Brawn, that's him.
How did I forget
could see
that?
I was just saying.
Voice, yeah.
I think right.
Ross Brawn. I forgot it as well.
Ross Brawn. I remember 2 or 3 times in different interviews going, right, if during testing or practice, you don't push the car to the limits, it should be a wreck by the time you finished practice session to have done the session right. And, you know, you almost wreck the cars to push them to the limit. And there's got to be something wrong with them. If you could bring a car back and there's nothing wrong with them, you haven't pushed it to the limit and gone over. And I think he was meaning that at the start of the season, you've got to find the limits of the car, and that sometimes you have to try and push the car further than its limits. I mean, there were a number of times. This might sound boring, but George Russell, and Latifi last year in the worst car on the grid, 2 or 3 times pushed it beyond its limit, right, until it was rattling, and so that they finished higher up.
They did. Higher up the order, higher up the results.
Especially George. And as soon as George jumped into... This is the thing about Latifi. You put him in something like an Aston Martin, right, that we're looking at now, and you would go, wow, this guy's a good driver. Because he used to be in F2, you know. And these lads in the 4 bottom things, we've got a world champion in a car that's not actually seen as very good. I think it's greatly improved from what we've seen in testing in the Alfa Romeo this year. But that was the Alpha last year towards the back end of the season was sliding into backwards towards
constantly out of Q1 and Q2.
The Haas and the Williams cars, which are seen as the worst cars on the grid.
Right, I'm going to have to let you go.
Good.
So
I'll see you all again.
See you tomorrow. So let's have a look then at what BBB can do with you on Twitch in terms of eSport racing. Thanks to Ian Burch, who will be joining us in the box tomorrow. Before we welcome on Craig Woolard, we'll have to set the camera up, of course. So let's take a look at what BBB racing is like with Formula 1 eSports on Twitch. This is from the French Grand Prix, where the champion of that year, Benny Cadillac, is being hounded down by his nearest rival, Alec Angle. This is the race leader pits. Benny Cadillac's up to second place. He's got past Mohamed Utas. And now the question is Benny Cadillac going to have the toe as a yellow third sector's come out? Why? I'm not sure. Will this affect? Yes, Benny Cadillac leads from Mohamed Utas. And leaving the pit lane is Ali Quay. So he's down to third place, but he's on the soft tyres. He'll be much, much faster. And Ali Quay might get back up into second place here. And he will, but you heard it as well. We'll just play Ali's radio quickly because he's talking with a message, I believe, for Benny Cadillac.
I'm coming for you, Benny.
Ali's on his way for Benny. Here we go. It's 2 weeks ago. Over again. The battle now. 5 seconds. Ali Quay on brand new soft compound tyres. Benny Cadillac 5 lap on medium tyres. He is a lot slower than Ali in the Ferrari. This is the battle for the victory of the French Grand Prix. 131, 883. Ali Quay is showing he means business. Beat that, he says. Oh, how was that not contact? Ofar Soko. And Benny Cadillac's got a 3-second time penalty for multiple warnings. The race win surely goes to Ali Quay, who now only has to keep A within 3 seconds and B on the road at all times. Penultimate lap. Oh, but look at Ali. He's over 3 seconds. Benny Callagh responding. Benny Callagh is responding. 3.1 seconds. It might not be over yet. If Ali's inside 3 seconds, regardless across the line, he's the winner. There's your maths for you. If he's outside that time, we have to wait to call it. It's a combination of Japan 94 and it seems Silverstone 98. We don't know across the line what's the winner going to be. It's been a crazy French Grand Prix. It's about to get even crazier. Benny Callagh crosses the line in first place. The question is, has he won from Ali Quay, who crosses the line? Ali Quay wins! 2.509 seconds! Benny Callagh defeated! Ali Quay wins the French Grand Prix! 2.509 seconds! Ferrari win! Renault second! He did it at the line! Fabulous! What a race! And let's hear from our race winner!
Woohoo! Yes! Yes!
You can hear how much it means to him as well. The penalties applied. Benny Callagh finishes second. It was a 6-second added on. 2.509 seconds. Ali Quay. It's 25 points. It narrows the gap just to Benny Callagh. But most importantly, it is a race win at last. For the first time this year, he defeats Benny and becomes our 4th different winner. So as we just wait for Craig to join in on the Teams chat, and we'll be prepared to get going for the action for the last hour of pre-season testing day number 2. Zach Brown just looking on for the McLaren racing team. The chief executive officer, of course, no longer the team principal at the moment, is it? Down there at McLaren, as they've changed over leadership, really. Andrea Seldon now the team principal there. Leclerc's just come back into the pit lane. I hope actually that just says waiting for the meeting to start. I think he's got the wrong link. Okay, that might be my fault there. So I'll sort that live here on the broadcast. So yeah, always a little issue. Always a complication. I think you've got the wrong link, which is upsetting. So we've got an hour left of the session. And hopefully that means he's going to come in now on the broadcast and get ready to go. Either that or it's just a monumental error on the part of the box. That's going to be interesting. Lando Norris out on the circuit, ready to go. Here we go. Coming into the box now. And I'm delighted to welcome up to the commentary box for the last hour, Craig Willard. Hello, Craig. How are you doing today?
Hello, I'm doing excellent. Thank you. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Have you been watching all of testing today?
Yeah, I've been dipping in and out as and when I can. It's been very busy as of late. But yeah, I've been really enjoying it so far. It's been a lot of action. There's been some quite interesting stories, I think, developing as well as the nearly 2 days have shown us so far.
It's completely intoxicating to be back in Formula One in any capacity, to have it back on the screens and to be able to do the YouTube watch-alongs again. Norris, just as we say that, has just crossed the line to go fastest to 1:35.68. So the biggest story is breaking. Many people on my YouTube chat here have been saying, I don't believe Mercedes are this off the pace. I don't believe they're sandbagging. I said to that, I believe they've had issues, but I believe they might be sandbagging a little bit. What's your point of view, please?
It's certainly an interesting one. I certainly believe that Mercedes are having some quite important issues, and they haven't had a such a messy start to pre-season testing, possibly ever. Well,
Yeah.
since the start of the turbo hybrid era. So it's absolutely fascinating to see the mighty Mercedes, who we almost sort of expect to be totally inflappable, especially with so much carryover from last year as well. For that to not necessarily be the case is very interesting. The drivers don't look particularly comfortable either. Neither Hamilton or Bottas. Hamilton and his spin earlier, that was very, very interesting.
When they threw out the red. What did you make of that spin, actually? Because Martin Brundle, I could hear in my ears, didn't know what to make of it. I sort of thought he's in the middle of the track, he's turned in too early, but it just looked more like a lock-up to the rear. Hopefully you, with more technical experience, can, for sure, don't bull back at that, can explain a little bit more.
It wasn't the only spin that we had, especially today and in that session and yesterday as well. The conditions have not been ideal, to say the least, especially yesterday with the sandstorm blowing over. But the cars that have been spinning have generally been the ones that you would almost kind of expect to have moments like the Ferrari. The Ferrari still looks pretty dire to drive, carrying over from last year as well. But the Mercedes is only a development of one of the best Formula One cars of all time. So that was a little bit interesting to see. It's quite an uphill corner as well. So the wind would have had a huge effect on that. And I think that might have just caught Hamilton out.
Go on. Sorry.
But have been locking up constantly, both him and Bottas, and the issues that they had yesterday morning really, really put them on the back foot. But there's obviously going to be some pace in there. Mercedes just won't turn around and build a bad car over a single winter, definitely.
Not that is entirely not possible, I don't think, with so much carryover. I don't know, you were mentioning about the braking and the lock-up there that Bottas and Hamilton have been having. Did you spot yesterday Hamilton came over the radio and said he was having trouble actually using the brakes, like he almost couldn't reach fully to press the brake pedal down? And then Mercedes came in and they ripped out the brake-by-wire system. They changed everything on the car. Lost about 45 minutes doing all of that to get it right. Is it the fact is that they've lost DAS? Is that playing a part in terms of the car setup? Because this car mainly set up for a DAS system. They've now stripped it out. It's gone again. How much is that playing a factor?
I would be very surprised if it plays too much of a factor. DAS only really came into effect sort of like on safety car restarts and prepping for qualifying laps in particular, not so much on long runs because the straights aren't necessarily long enough for doing so, and you want to keep your tyres in the optimal window anyway. So the benefit in race runs was pretty negligible, to say the least. But and they would have had that in their design philosophy for 2021 as well, knowing that DAS would have been completely outlawed. So I'll be very surprised if the loss of DAS is the reasoning behind all of this. But I'm very surprised that they may have dropped the ball a little bit, considering how early they started to focus on 2021 last year. They didn't bring a single upgrade after Belgium.
Yeah.
So they stopped really early.
Round 6 of the year, Belgium, of course, last year. Yeah, so incredibly early. They did in fact stop. Yeah. With 2021 being, as you say, such a crossover year, McLaren, as we know, have spent many of their tokens that they're allowed for this year only on redesigning the rear of the car to fit the Mercedes engine. Ferrari have done a few little tweaks on obviously around the floor to change the aerodynamics up, and they've boosted a little bit of the power unit. But as you say, it does look a bit tricky. We saw, I think, Sainz earlier on in this afternoon session having a few moments. Leclerc had problems as well. Sorry, this morning session for Sainz. And Leclerc this afternoon had problems. But the Alphas, a complete turnaround. They've been quite competitive at the top 3 throughout the day. So Alpha, which, as we were just saying before you came on the broadcast, they were beginning to drop back at the end of last year. They've found something more reliable and more powerful. Do you know anything about Alpha having the same power unit as Ferrari for this year?
Yeah, well, obviously Alfa Romeo as a Ferrari customer. Oh, that was a bit of a wiggle from Giovinazzi about 40 seconds ago.
Yeah,
because
just come out. Yeah,
my stream is somewhat delayed, so I don't get to see the action quite so quickly. But yeah, obviously that will affect Haas as well. But as we know, Haas is they've built their car, and that is it for the remainder of the year. And it's quite safe to assume that they're going to have a challenging year. But what the Alfa Romeo benefits, and we've noticed it in the straight lines as well. Their straight line speed seems pretty handy, which does seem to imply that Ferrari has made significant step forwards with its power unit, which it needed to do because it arguably had the worst power unit of all in 2020, which is
for sure.
certainly far from ideal. So obviously Alfa Romeo could well have built a pretty handy chassis to go with it. Obviously one of the lesser funded teams on the grid. So if they've done that, and they've done very, very well indeed. Giovinazzi is continuing to get better, and I think it was quite telling that Ferrari kept him in that seat for 2021 after some performances that perhaps went under the radar a little bit, and Kimi Raikkonen was given the option to carry on, and obviously
it worked out
yeah. The Sauber side of that operation clearly wants to keep their faith in him.
I mean, in terms of Giovinazzi, he had 3-point scoring finishes last year, a 9th place in Austria, and a 10th place at Germany at the Eiffel Grand Prix, and then again at Mugello. Raikkonen only had 2 points finishes, 2 9th places at the Mugello race, and again at Portugal with that demon start he had. So same on points, but arguably, as you said, Giovinazzi, he was ahead in terms of finishing in the points. As Leclerc, very wide again out of the last corner. Happened that about 15 minutes ago too, just dragging too much wide. Just starting to slide. He's on some older tyres as well, Leclerc. Actually, no, I'm going to eat my words there. Leclerc's just changed over to brand new C5 tyre compound, so he's on the faster tyre and still struggling out the last corner. Going back to what you were saying, that Ferrari, difficult to drive in the corners, it seems.
Yeah, it looks like it's on C4 tyres as well from the graphics.
Oh, yes, it's C4. Yeah, it's C4, not C5.
So that's not good signs for Ferrari in a year where they can't afford really to be as poor as they necessarily were last year. They've got to do better, not necessarily significantly better. I think I'll be amazed if they're able to scrape their way back into the
top half of it.
Into the top 3, but they need to be consistently beating the likes of AlphaTauri and perhaps even Alpine, who have written off this year, but they seem to have come with a pretty handy package. Fernando Alonso's jumped straight back in after 2 years out and seems on the pace right away. And
this morning's session, wow.
Yeah, and especially considering his off-season injury as well, which obviously has put him on the back foot slightly. And Esteban Ocon has looked pretty handy as well, just plugging away, putting in lots and lots of laps. In a car that resembles very much like one of the 1970s Ligiers with its interesting airbox and
I thought,
and so forth. But Ferrari needs to get on top of these other midfield teams that are gradually clawing away at the deficit to the front runners.
Ferrari hopefully will. I really hope, because they cannot afford another season like last. Just cut across from that second, because Pierre Gasly just goes top across the line now on a 1:34.13. He was faster in the second sector compared to everybody else, so that's a better improvement from the AlphaTauri, and that puts Tsunoda in 11th place from this morning, and the track temperature shift would be representative to think about the times, which is what, 2.271 seconds difference. So judging by the shift we usually see, that's putting them around about, I'm calculating quickly, 7/10 difference between the two drivers at the moment, which is expected.
Yeah, quite possibly. Obviously, this time of day is the best time for running. The track is a lot cooler than what it is at the start of the day. They've obviously been circulating for for almost 8 hours now. So there's plenty of rubber down. And as you say, the AlphaTauri just getting some strong laps in, and it's this point where we're going to see the likes of qualifying simulations and so forth.
That's why I desperately wanted you on for the last hour. I thought perfect to have a broadcaster and a journalist who knows exactly what to look for in the last hour on the stream. And of course, day 2, I would argue, more crucial than the end of day 3. Because by the end of day 3, everyone's a bit tired. Everyone's a bit like they've completed everything they need to do. The last hour of day 2, I always look at and think, like, this could be it. I mean, were you at Barcelona previously with testing a couple of years back? Because I know last year it was locked down.
No, I wasn't. Obviously, you have to remember that Barcelona pre-season testing, everything was still, well, all dandy, if you will. That was right before everything shut down. No, I wasn't at Barcelona testing, sadly. My background more is in the junior formula recently. So I've got a lot of experience covering the rookies that we've got in for this season, and some of the other younger drivers who have climbed up the ranks in recent years. So it's nice to see these young drivers who I spent a lot of time talking to last year in particular, making their debuts, and there's some incredible talent coming up as well.
So Noda, Schumacher and Mazepin are the rookies this year as winning. I think the top of them there, yes, Mick Schumacher won the F2 championship, but especially the end of last year's F2 season, I was looking more at Yuki Tsunoda, and I thought, wow, I can see why there's so much hype around him. He is a fast driver. And also, it was mentioned earlier on by one of our other commentators, said as well, he's good at looking after his tyres and getting a longer stint. I think that's going to be crucial this year. But you spotted it more in Formula 2. Sadly, I missed a couple of races because they clash a lot of the time, which I really don't like because I love Formula 2 and Formula 3. But you've obviously spoken to Yuki a lot and understand a lot more of the driving style in Formula 2. What was his reputation in the F2 paddock, really?
It was very good. I think pretty much from the off, he was on the pace almost immediately. He didn't always get on the right side of all of the drivers, but I don't think that was necessarily his intentions. I think he learned a lot with the Carlin team last year. Absolutely brilliant outfit to be with. And,
always, yeah.
And Trevor Carlin has done wonders in bringing up some brilliant talent through the ranks. Tom
Gatemore said the same yesterday, you know.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever got a bad word to say about Trevor Carlin. That's what I love,
Yeah, exactly. I think it's his birthday today, actually.
Oh, happy birthday, Trevor Carlin.
Yes. But yeah, with Tsunoda, by the end of the year, he was the driver to beat, I think, as the championship pressure perhaps came a little bit too much on Schumacher and Callum Ilott.
That strange crash for Schumacher in qualifying here in Shakir, I know exactly what you mean by pressure. Going back to you with that.
But yeah, Tsunoda, I think, was absolutely brilliant. He was absolutely blindingly quick in qualifying trim as well, and able to manage his tyres in races and be able to put in moves late on quite frequently. And that's the sort of thing that will put him in good stead in Formula One. It's also worth remembering that he's only done 2 years of racing in Europe.
Yes,
He's done 1 year in FIA Formula 3. He did 1 year in Formula 2 last year as well. And before that, he only did 2 years of Japanese Formula 4, which he won the second year that he competed over there. So it's definitely a talent. And that's why it wasn't just Honda that backed him, but Red Bull decided to back him collaboratively with Honda. And they've both jointly brought him up through the ranks. And it is the hottest talent that they've had for many years, I think.
I think, honestly, not even counting Max Verstappen, I think this is the greatest one, I think, since Buemi was circulating in the junior formula as he came up as well. I always do feel sorry for Buemi because he never really got a real shot at Formula One. He was in Toro Rosso a lot of the time, as Perez, just to cut across, goes 5th on a 1:31.682. But yeah, I do feel sorry a lot for Sebastian Buemi, and I'm glad he's found a home in both World Endurance and in Formula E. But yeah, Buemi, I do feel sorry for him. He was the last talent as I class as looking great. Just quickly as well, I've got to mention, because another one that was in Formula 3 last year, and he made his debut, I think, the last 2 weekends in Formula 2, Theo Pourchaire. Now,
Yes.
everybody was raving about him after Mugello in that crazy Formula 3 weekend, and I was already thinking, wow, this kid's quick. Theo Pourchaire surely will be in Formula 1 in 2022. I can't see why not.
I suspect that he could well be replacing Kimi Raikkonen for 2022. He's a Sauber junior, and has been for a couple of years now. He absolutely incredibly quick, and it's got such an aggressive driving style as well. It's absolutely brilliant to watch. As Lance Stroll gets a little bit annoyed at some of the traffic on his what seems like a race sim.
He's boxed. Yeah, so you can't see that. He's just coming to the box. He's been held up by Bottas, Alonso, and Perez. The cars aren't.
Christ.
Yeah.
We've only got half the cars on the field, but still traffic seems to be an absolute nightmare.
I know.
Yes, back to Porsche. He's going to be a contender, I think, this year for the Formula 2 Championship. It's going to be very difficult to judge Formula 2 this year because there are so many sprint races. We've got double the number of sprint races this year, and more points being awarded in sprint races than we do have in traditional races. Yeah.
The feature that's now moved to Sunday, which I think could work. But in my opinion, it was like the unique selling point for Formula 2. You had the main race on Saturday that everyone could go watch, and then Sunday morning, while you're having your breakfast, you can watch a short sprint race and go off for a couple of hours before Formula 1 starts. But let's give it a go. They seem to be loving changing the formats and talking about doubling the sprint races with the Formula 2 season. Many people were angry with the fact that F2 and F3 are now on different weekends. But what many people don't realise is we get the W Series a lot on the F2 weekends, which are in F3 cars. So thumbs up to that. But what's been the reaction? Was it positive from the teams there to segregate F2 and F3?
Not overly.
I thought not. Yeah.
Basically, I think that's the short of it. It does make things a bit more challenging logistically, because in exchange for having more weekends where either F2 or F3 are running, we're up to 15, I think it is, from 12 last year.
Wow.
Either F2 or F3. What you do have is some of the races being abroad. So Formula 3, I think, is off to the United States next year or this year, whilst Formula 2 is off to the likes of Jeddah and a few unlikely locations. So that obviously adds logistical cost. These measures were brought in for cost saving mainly, and the championship had to really help the teams last year purely to survive, because even at level it is incredibly expensive to go racing. So that's not necessarily great. And it changes how the teams work operationally as well. So some of the staff may now be working on both Formula 2 and FIA Formula 3, whereas before they may have only been working on one or the other.
Yeah, segregation now no longer an option with it all. I just wonder as well, was there ever, because I've said this a couple of times on podcasts, but I've never really delved into it. Was there ever any conversation about doing what MotoGP have done, and every single round that MotoGP is at, Moto2 and Moto3 come with them? Was there any chance of having all of the three formulas together at every single weekend? Because they tried it last year for the first 9 races, and I thought, this works. Was there any talk? Yeah.
It was certainly stressful for being on in that regard for us, having 9 weekends in 11. Both FIA Formula 3 and Formula 2 both running, so that was frantic as anything.
I remember Formula 3 finished at Mugello. I'm about to say it was a lifetime ago.
Yeah. And then there was a 2-month gap between Formula 2 at Sochi and the decider at the Bahrain doubleheader. So it's quite quite something. I don't think that that's on the cards, especially at the moment.
Yeah.
Perhaps if they're able to make the championships more cost effective, then maybe that becomes a more viable option. But then again, a lot of the circuits that that are flyaway races, they have their own local championships that they like to run on the support bill. So it's about finding the space for everything. So I would be amazed if it happens anytime soon, but I never rule anything out.
Yeah, that's one thing we've learned after COVID, with everything changing around. It's a shame, though. I would like to see it. Maybe not from your point of view, having to work 3 times more in as much as of the broadcasting side of things as well, and journalism and writing up and down. I do know you do a podcast as well, if I'm not mistaken. I've listened to a couple. I found it, and I loved every second of it as well. That's why one of the main reasons I wanted to get you onto the show at some point. I also saw you do a lot of work at the moment with Jenny Gow. You've been on a couple of her motorsport. I can't remember the names. Motorsport Vision. I think she does.
Motorsport webinars.
Webinars. Thank you.
That she's been. Yep, Jenny was fantastic and asked me to come on to sort of represent outside of Formula One and a younger viewpoint for getting into motorsport journalism. It's something that I've been involved with now for properly for about 4 years since Autosport took me on. I did some freelance work for them. I've been working in the Motorsport Images Archive as well, which I found out about through being with Autosport as their parent company is the same. So
oh wow,
yeah, I've been heavily involved, for about 4 years now. And one of the Autosport, the young journalist projects was Formula Scout. So we started up a podcast last year. Well, I mean, everyone started up a podcast last
everybody,
year.
yeah.
But we planned on doing it anyway before the world shut down. So we got a couple of episodes in, and then we were like, oh, so we've got no racing to talk about. So that was something. But that's been really good fun to do that. And it is quite interesting. So when you get people like drivers and team bosses and commentators like yourself and journalists go along and say, oh yeah, I've been listening to the podcast, really like it. So that's always really, really good. But yep, the Formula Scout podcast is on all of the platforms. Shameless plug.
Do it. That's what I love. Yeah, everybody who needs help. Yeah, do it.
And hopefully we'll have some really good content coming in the coming weeks. I think we've had an episode with Paul Aron, Mercedes Junior, up recently.
I'm going to have a look at that straight after this is done. I've got a question in from you, for you actually, from one of our listeners who's been dedicated today. Synthal asks, do you think Tsunoda would have been in F1 if Red Bull wasn't with Honda? Or don't you think that's why? They ask.
I think there's definitely a chance that Tsunoda could well be in Formula One if Honda was with another team.
Yeah.
Other than Red Bull, but I think the Red Bull Junior program gets a lot of stick for obviously being too aggressive and all that sort of stuff. Such a piranha pool, if you will.
It's sink or swim, really, isn't it? For them, yeah.
It's very much sink or swim. But I think Red Bull did a lot of work with Tsunoda to help bring him into a European environment, because the Japanese environment and the European environment, as McLaren found out, very much the wrong way, as Charles Leclerc went fourth.
131, 135 across the board. Not bad there. That's
I think Red Bull did a lot of work to get Tsunoda embedded into the environment and in a position to be able to really up his game. And his rise has been so meteoric. In the past 18 months or so, ever since he was taking podiums and winning races in Formula 3 after a shaky start.
Very shaky. Yeah, he had quite a few collisions, didn't he, at the beginning of the career? Yeah. I remember that. I'm surprised I can remember that, actually. It was quite a long time ago now, thinking about it. Although, personally, as I'm sure you found out, 161 days the total of the last season was, compared to the usual, nearly 200. And it was like, wow, it really is a competitive world. But, yeah, I completely agree with what you said. Yes, I think Tsunoda would have found his way to Formula One quite quickly anyway, from what happened with it. If you have any more questions, though, everybody, get in touch on the YouTube chat below, and I'll put them to our wonderful guests for the next 31 minutes until the session concludes. Leclerc's just boxed, by the way, but Bottas has now come out. He's on the screen. He's on, I believe, the new C4 tyre compounds, according to the graphic. He's one of 4 cars on the track. The others, as actually Perez has just come out of the pit lane. So it's Perez, Bottas, Alonso, Norris, and Schumacher. And I don't know about you, Craig, but when it's on the monitor there with the MSC, I keep saying today, Michael. It's hard not to.
I think because I've been obviously with covering Mick now for a couple of years and covered him in such detail last year. I think I've got that one properly nailed now, so I don't think I'll be making that mistake so much. Although with my work in the archive, I do obviously see a lot of pictures of his father and his uncle as well. So maybe I will be making that at some point. But yeah, it is very, very surreal, really, to have Schumacher back in Formula One, M Schumacher as well, specifically. And he has got there on merit. I do think that there would have been questions had he got there with, not being the top Ferrari junior last year. He was up against some very strong competition.
In Schwartzman,
that club. Eilert, Schwartzman. Marcus Armstrong has got bags of talent as well, but it just didn't work out for him last year. But yeah, he was very, very methodical in his approach with taking the Formula 2 championship last year. There wasn't any part of his game other than race starts where you thought that, okay, this guy's absolutely outstanding. Although his racecraft at times was brilliant as well.
It was only when there was less pressure on him as well. He really shined. Yeah, seem to remember race at Silverstone. I think the first weekend in Silverstone he had a blinding feature race, and then dropped back in the sprint, which I found
the Premier outfit he was with really, really struggled at Silverstone. For the double header there, but Schumacher was still able to extract a couple of really strong results. Although he did have the collision with teammate Schwartzman.
Yeah, that was
in one of the sprint races, which Tsunoda came through to win.
Was that? I think that was the 70th, wasn't it? Yeah, yeah. Well, in Formula 2 it would be Silverstone too, wouldn't it? Yeah. If I can remember the weekends. That's the problem with double headers; they blur into one. It's so difficult as well. I wanted to talk about a couple of things as well. We talked about Tsunoda, talk about Schumacher. Have to talk about Mazepin ever so slightly. I know I've been doing the same thing throughout the day. Mazepin, an aggressive driver with a reputation on the track of some Yuki Inoue in my mind, of either you're going to crash into him or you're going to crash avoiding him. He did have a couple of good races last year, however. And really, the low point for me was Shakir. But I'm interested to know, we obviously know his reputation now with the F1 fans and the petitions for We Say No to Mazepin and everything. And one thing I don't agree with is that they're attacking the Haas F1 admin. That's not right. Every time I talk about this, I say, don't attack the admin. They're just doing a job. But with Mazepin, his reputation must have shifted quite a lot in between that week. What was it before in Formula 2, before the assault charges came against him?
It was one of being an incredibly aggressive driver who really struggled in his first season in FIA Formula 2. He just did not enjoy his time with ART, the team with which he fought for the title in GP3 against the late Antoine Hubert. But he really struggled for the transition into Formula 2. He moved back to High Tech, a team that is very familiar with, for 2020, and he absolutely thrived in that environment. He was pretty much on top of Luca Giotto, a very experienced teammate who fought very hard against Esteban Ocon. very well many years ago now in GP3.
It's scary to think that it was that long ago.
Yeah, but yeah, Mazepin's reputation was one of being very, very aggressive, sometimes overstepping the mark. He did so at Sakir several times. Some incidents he got away with, some he did not. He obviously came in contact with Sonoda at Belgium as well.
And drove into the board, yeah.
Yeah, drove into the boards, which he blamed on cold brakes.
Yeah.
And they had a bit of a spat in the press conference afterwards, and they had a bit of a spat in the press conference at Sakir or Bahrain, one of those rounds as well.
I didn't see that. We don't get to see the press conferences, unfortunately, so didn't know that. Sounds interesting to note. So he's got
He is coming from a reputation of being a very well-backed driver. Obviously, his father is incredibly well-backed, like several drivers are on the grid these days. But it's more his reputation on the circuit, and off the circuit as well. He rubbed people up the wrong way even before the assault video came to light. So he's never exactly been a particularly popular driver with social media, and to a degree with the media, the wider media as well. But there is a racing driver in there. On his day, he's absolutely he's incredibly quick.
Yeah.
He's able to read a race really well as well. There are a couple of occasions in Formula 2 last year where he switched to a strategy that just didn't seem the right way to go, but was able to extract some brilliant performances out of it. And sometimes he was able to really get to grips with the tyres as well. It's so hard to get to grips with last year because Formula 2 switched to the 18-inch rim Pirelli tyres, and they also gave them an extra power boost to compensate for it. But the rear wing on the AlphaTauri is a little bit floppy.
That's I'm stuck on an onboard at the moment on the angle, but yeah, if we go off board, it's turn 1. Yeah, I can see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, which is certainly not ideal, especially when he's opening up the DRS.
I think I spotted that earlier on actually, but didn't say anything about it. Yeah, I think that's been happening all day. Leclerc's just gone fastest sector 1, by the way. Just pop back to the Mazepin situation. Yeah, so he, as I've said all the way through the broadcast, he set the fastest first sector time this morning. So he is a quick driver, and that was in a Haas. He's a quick driver. But do you believe? You've seen him in the junior formulas. He's done all this before. Do you believe that he's actually going to change his driving style and change his attitude? Is it believable, or is it just trying to muddle through with small controversy now?
Well, I'm not exactly expecting him to be racing particularly often in 2021 because I'm expecting Haas to be fighting probably with Williams. Maybe even be behind Williams at this point. That Williams has looked a lot better this year, and especially as the year progresses as well as Haas has basically already stopped developing its car. So I'll be very surprised if he finds himself racing particularly often. Is he going to want to defend as aggressively over P17, P18 as what he has done over podiums and race-winning positions in Formula 2? Which, I'd be very surprised if that's the case. So I do think that there will be changes to his driving style. He's going to need to change it anyway because the way how you drive a Formula 2 car and drive a Formula 1 car are very, very very different. Indeed. Yeah. So
whole different kettle. Yeah.
Yeah, but he has definitely got to tone down his driving because otherwise the Formula 1 media and Formula 1 social media is going to give him a much harder time than what we did in the Formula 2 world.
Completely, yeah. And it's going to be interesting to see that first race in 2 weeks' time. Leclerc's time, after going fast in the first sector, he didn't improve. He was 4/10 down overall on that lap time. So he stays at a 1:39.03 in 6th place at the moment. So there's the rookies covered. But of course, we've had rookies for the past couple of years, and you've covered the junior formula. And we'll get on to who you think is going to be the top 3 in the championship of both drivers and constructors nearer the end of the session. We'll blast through a couple more. Going forward, let's take a look. Lando Norris. Lando Norris, a new teammate with Danny Ricciardo. He's team leader this year, Lando. He said that himself in the launch. I'm finding this an incredibly mature Lando, but still got that playful attitude. I'm seeing more of his junior formula technique returning. You know, Lando, can he snatch podiums? Can he even maybe, if this McLaren is good enough to take it right up there to the Mercedes, is Lando more competitive enough to steal a victory? Maybe just one. I said Canada earlier on today. They stand a good chance.
I think if Mercedes has indeed dropped the ball, then I would be very surprised if McLaren is not up there fighting for race wins this year. There were occasions last year where they were able to really take it to Red Bull, sometimes be ahead of Red Bull. They really should have won at Monza.
I agree, yeah.
If not for Gasly's blinding strategy and for obviously that race sort of fell away from.
Do you want to eat your words?
Well.
Do you want to eat your words? Because guess who's just got top dog? Valtteri Bottas. By a tenth.
Ooh.
So he's a tenth faster than Gasly. 1:32.89. Fastest second sector. 38.5.
But he was on the C5 tyre.
Good point. Yeah. But you know, it gets to the point where I said earlier on in the commentary, I'll get to about 22.4 with Craig on the commentary, and Mercedes will just come out and go bang. There's your time. I think that's mainly for show, though. I don't believe, as you said, C5 tyre compound, and he ran wide actually out of turn 14. I don't think that's representative enough, unless everyone else bangs on those tyres.
No, it didn't look like one of those absolutely nailed on qualifying laps where the car just looked like it was absolutely on rails. So there is obviously more in the tank. Obviously, this is testing, so you can never read too much into the times. But it's definitely something from Mercedes just to sort of vindicate that they have actually got a car underneath them. So,
like blowing a whistle when you were lost at sea, just saying, "I'm still here." Right, let's move back then to Let's move back to Lando Norris. And the conversation, as I stopped you mid-sentence, so I do apologise. If you'd like to pick up your comment.
I can't remember what I was talking about now. But,
I was talking about how he's team leader and how he's quite quick and he's showing more of his old Formula 2 style of racing. And if he can challenge for victories, because I said McLaren stood a very good chance at Canada. Of winning, because it's a long straight. They've got a good aero this year. As we saw last year, they should have won at Monza. That's what you said, because they had a better aero than the AlphaTauri. I think good aero with McLaren this year and good engine, they might win at Canada. So I'll throw back to you.
I mean, I never like predicting too much, but I think McLaren can definitely snatch a race win or two, possibly this year. Especially if Mercedes do trip up. They tripped up a couple of times last year. I mean, to give Mercedes so much criticism for tripping up only, 3 or 4 times?
About 3 or 4,
last year is a bit extreme, I think, perhaps. But, I mean, this is the pinnacle of motorsport, really. So, I think Norris could well be on course for maybe a race win, maybe some more podiums this year, but I would never underestimate what Daniel Ricciardo is capable of. He is, in my eyes, one of like the top echelon of drivers out there.
Ricciardo's he didn't do any junior formula in the traditional route, did he? I don't remember him in GP2. He was dropped into the HRT at Silverstone in 2011. And I first remember seeing him on the track when he stalled at Monza. In that HRT. So Daniel did come up on an unusual route, but I do agree with you. He's a very fast driver and certainly quicker than Max Verstappen, in my opinion, because Verstappen still is, in my view, all over the place at some of the times. It's like Max reminds me a lot of Senna in his junior days.
Max is just so aggressive, and when he's when he's in the zone, he is utterly unbeatable.
Yes.
Like no driver, I don't think, in the world on their best day could get on top of Max Verstappen. But he does still have these moments of immaturity, where he just doesn't focus and does something daft, like his spin in Turkey last year, for example. And he just shows a lot of signs of being agitated in that. With Ricardo, his route was up through the Formula Renault ranks, which was quite a normal route back in those days. But the FIA have since narrowed down the pyramid, if you will. So it's pretty straightforward now: Formula 4, Formula 3, or Formula 3 regional, and then Formula 2, and then straight into Formula 1. So yeah, Ricardo's, is just one of those drivers who sort of, when the turbo hybrid era came, those cars just really sort of like seemed his thing.
Yeah.
And
beat Vettel, didn't he?
Yeah. He totally showed Vettel up in that 1 year that they were together. Vettel obviously was able to. The results didn't necessarily show the whole picture. I think there were times where Vettel was still very good as well.
I've got it memorized how many times Ricardo outqualified Vettel that year. It's 11-8.
11-8, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
11-8. I've got that memorized.
That was closer than I thought.
Yeah, 11-8. Yeah, go on.
But yeah, Ricardo is a driver who I think is going to really pick up where Carlos Sainz left off at McLaren. He's just so adaptable as well, as in he just drops into an environment and he just builds it around him straight away, almost instantaneously, which you don't get too often. There are a lot of people need time to really mold themselves into the environment, mold it into what they want it to be. But Ricardo, he just jumps in and it just goes from the off, and the results almost seem immediate at times. The Renault thing didn't quite work out for him.
I feel like he's got redemption here at McLaren. I think as soon as it was announced just before Austria, wasn't it, that he was going to drive? Oh no, it was in between, wasn't it? The two Austria races. And
I think so, yeah.
It was because Alonso was announced as returning at the same time. I think it was just like that's good. And such a deep breath everybody took, and like, oh, that's good. Everything's fine now, because he was sinking a lot at Renault, and as you said, it didn't work out. It was the wrong move. He chose to stay with Renault instead of going another year with Honda, and I think now he's been restored to the right energy he needs. He's restored to a team that is rich in F1 history. He's got a team behind him that is passionate to returning to the top. He's got a young teammate, as you say, he's fast and aggressive, and as you say, he can build a team around him. The only other driver I think who can do that is Ocon. I think that's why they clashed a lot last year. Ocon is too similar. He can build a team, certainly when he returned to Renault.
They're very different characters, though, Ricardo and Ocon.
Yeah.
Ocon is notoriously difficult to work with.
Yes,
as his previous teammates and junior category rivals will tell you, he's incredibly difficult to work with. So the relationship between him and Fernando Alonso is going to be fascinating, and I think it's going to be one of the most interesting stories of the season to see how that develops, especially if they are fighting for podiums. But I'm not reading too much into testing at this point.
Out of the 5 broadcasters who's been on the show, you are the 5th to say Ocon versus Alonso is going to be a battle to watch, and I completely agree with it. It's just everything this year. It just seems so on fire that there's battles wherever you look. Haas aren't going to be that strong, but it's going to be interesting to see how Mick is going to perform in a very much a Mazepin environment. And it's going to be interesting to see. Every team has got the inter-team battle. And then you add in everything else. Is Perez going to beat Verstappen? Is he going to be allowed to beat Verstappen? Is Norris versus Ricciardo? It's such a perfect team pairing of light-hearted, fun drivers. Is that going to turn into a Hamilton versus Rosberg? It's so satisfying that there's so many possibilities. And I'm sure what you were thinking, a year where the regulations are the same-ish, it's nice to have some other storylines to talk about.
Yeah, yeah. We were sort of like worried that it was just that 2021 was just going to be 2020 Part 2, especially when Mercedes just came out of the blocks,
Yeah.
all guns blazing, and was so competitive, and Red Bull could barely touch them with the one car that was able to compete with them, because Mercedes had two horses in that fight, and Ferrari literally nowhere. So everyone was really fearing that 2021 was just 2020 again, and Hamilton was dead cert for an 8th world title. But there are so many interesting stories up and down the pit lane, like Aston Martin, for example, brilliant name to have back in Formula One after 6 decades, basically. Lovely livery as well. They've made a huge number of signings internally as well, and obviously Sebastian Vettel going there. Can he rejuvenate himself and get back into the race winning position that he feels like he deserves to be in?
I think yes, personally.
So
I think he can, yeah. I think Aston might sneak a win. I think Vettel back in a car with that Mercedes engine. Mercedes engine seems to be the key word, but then the testing showing that gearboxes could be the issue for them. But I think Vettel will at least win one race this year. I mean, last year we had 5 different winners? Thinking about it, yes, 5 different winners, and 2 of them came from outside teams. So it's anybody's guess. And now we've got so many more closer to the fight. One thing as well that, as you said, Mercedes came so far at the blocks, especially last year. They did in 2020 testing, they did 800 kilometers on day 1. This year they did, I think I read it was about 400, maybe a bit less. I'll have to check on that. But the last time they did less, as you said, was the beginning of the hybrid era when Hamilton crashed at Jerez. So this is now a bit of catch-up time for everybody ahead of 2022, and it's so satisfying. Quickly going on to the prospect for 2022, do you think Hamilton's going to stick around for another year to try out the new cars, or because he's signed this 1-year contract?
I haven't got a clue, to be honest.
I know. I couldn't guess it either.
I'm not in Hamilton's mind. What a fascinating place that would be to be in. But I don't know if Hamilton feels like he can go on for another 2, 3, 4 years, and I don't see why not. Especially if he is still really competitive, and if he still feels like he's got more that he has to prove on the circuit, then why not?
Is he going to go on?
It might depend on whom his teammate might be as well, because Mercedes obviously has got George Russell in the wings. I don't think that George Russell is a Lewis Hamilton beater yet.
Not just yet. He's a Bottas beater, that's for sure. Oh, come on.
Yeah.
That move surely cemented Bottas' win. Really? You're not going to go that way?
No. I think people were reading far too much into Zach here. Bottas did not have a good weekend.
No, he didn't. Practice was bad. Yeah.
And Bottas beat Russell to pole, and he was closing in on Russell before the safety car caused absolute carnage.
Yeah.
And when Russell did make that move, it's worth remembering that Bottas was on
the old
medium tyres that were old and then were removed and then put back on.
The same ones,
It lost all the heat cycle. So those tyres were ruined at that point, and Russell was on fresh soft. So I think people were reading a little bit too much into that situation, and it's a sample of one race of a weird racetrack that no one had raced on before, and so forth. So
sorry to cut across. Mick Schumacher has just left the pit box and he's carried the jack itself with him. The mechanic got out of the way, but he ran the jack over. So a little bit of a failure there. I think that was just because it wasn't. I think it looked like it failed. I'm not sure if because you're 40 seconds behind. It looked like the jack might have failed. I had to pull away because I just looked up there. But yeah,
so I'm currently watching the stop, and it was a very slow pit stop on the front left in particular, and it looks like I may be about to see the
there you go.
The incident where the jack might still be attached, but it did seem properly bizarre. So
It's in super slow motion now, isn't it? So
Yeah.
it takes it away. So just the jack seems to just get caught underneath it. But yeah, just while you're having a look back at that, I'll switch back to the Shakir. You are right, actually. I'm going to admit that the track was completely different, and forgot that Bottas was actually on the other tyre because they put that back after they put the wrong ones on for Russell. They gave Russell Bottas's tyres, and they nearly put Russell's rear left on Bottas's front right. Oh, it was all such a mess. That's the biggest one they dropped the ball on. But yeah, I think they should really have used testing, this one, to evaluate all three drivers, because it wouldn't be that insane to put Russell in the car, because it happened, I think, 2 years ago. He did one day in a Williams and one day in a Mercedes.
I'm not sure whether that's permitted with COVID protocols.
Good
Obviously,
point,
mixing
yeah.
the bubbles is not allowed, although various teams seem to find ways around it last year. But
I swear I saw Ted Kravitz less than 2 meters to Sebastian Vettel last night. Yeah,
talking about cheese for some reason.
I know. I didn't get that.
That was utterly bizarre. But yeah, I'd like to see Russell obviously get his chance, but I don't want him to get that chance too early and then obviously falter against Hamilton and have a scenario like Red Bull have had with Gasly and Albon in recent years, where they're just being butchered week in, week out, and it's just a horrible spiral that just totally destroys a perfectly fine racing driver.
Let's keep your fingers crossed. Do you believe that Bottas is going to come into this year as he said? I think he said in a media interview, red flag has just come out on the track, actually, to cut across what we were talking to. Now, this could be the red flag test that we saw in the first session this morning, where they decided to put out the red flag to do the 5 lights procedure restart. So let's not get too carried away just yet. All cars that are out there are circulating of Gasly, Norris, Alonso and Schumacher, so it looks all good. And I've completely lost my train of thought there, but I've just picked it up, as just like Murray Walker used to. I'll pick up on what I was saying about Bottas. He said in the media interview just before he came in, I think when Steve Jones was talking to him at the launch, Bottas is going to become a bit more aggressive this year. He said, the only way I can beat Hamilton is if I do what Rosberg did. Harsh, aggressive, and he's not going to like it, but he said it's only for 1 year. That was telling. So Bottas, I think, is going to see a lot more this year out there.
I hope so, from a sort of competition standpoint, but I think Hamilton's game now is mentally so strong that he might even be able to rebuff anything that Bottas is able to throw at Hamilton, in a mind game standpoint. I think the lessons that Hamilton learned in the difficult years that he did have, like 2011, for example, and in 2016, where he just did not perform as he should have done. I think he really, really learned from that, and that's why he's just been unstoppable the past 4 years. Just winning championship after championship, even in cars that haven't necessarily been the standout car to be in.
Absolutely. I remember that 2011 season very well, and he was constant crashing with Massa. He was having a horrible time. Button beat him in the standings that year, didn't he? Remember correctly, and comfortably as well. Yeah, and that Canada, I think Canada was his worst day, because Button. I view that incident as in 2 ways. One, Button knew he was there. 2, Hamilton never backed out into a gap that was closing, so it was a bit of a weird one, Canada. Right, the session has just concluded. They're not going to restart, but they are going to do the 5 light test procedure for that standing start restart. So I want to ask you quickly before we go off air and run through the times, because we've got 2 minutes left. Who do you think, I know it's a bold prediction, but I've asked a lot of people this, who do you think are going to be the top 3 in the Drivers' Championship and the Constructors' Championship by the end of the season?
I'm going to be boring and go Hamilton, Bottas, Verstappen as the top 3 in the drivers.
That's predictable, though. It's practically what it is.
Yeah, that's where the safe money is.
Yes.
And I think in the constructors, you're probably going to be looking at Mercedes, Red Bull. Definitely not Ferrari. let's go with McLaren because I
Yeah.
was expecting a bit more from Aston Martin at this point, but McLaren seems to be really, really strong at this point. They seem to be very good with the car that they've brought at this point. A Mercedes engine as well now, and a Daniel Ricciardo on top of that, who's an absolute class act.
Topped both the morning sessions, of course, Ricardo, and I can't wait to see what he can do tomorrow afternoon when he gets to go under the lights. So if Ricardo doesn't top the timesheets, I'll be disappointed, basically, with that. So I'll just quickly run through the results with the next minute. At the end of day 2, Valtteri Bottas has topped the timesheets from Pierre Gasly 2nd, Lance Stroll 3rd, Lando Norris is 4th, Antonio Giovinazzi 5th, Charles Leclerc 6th, Nicholas Latifi is 7th, Sergio Perez 8th, 9th for Daniel Ricciardo and 10th for Fernando Alonso. Yuki Tsunoda is 11th, Mick Schumacher is 12th, 13th for Carlos Sainz, Nikita Mazepin 14th, Lewis Hamilton down in 15th place, but had interruptions in the morning runs, so didn't get his long run in that he wanted to on the race, and Sebastian Vettel had gearbox issue, and he's down in 16th place. Not the first time we've seen a Hamilton and Vettel down in that low in the positions. Craig, thank you very much for joining me for the last hour of testing. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Good luck with everything this season and with the podcast. I'll be tuning in. But is there anything else you want to say before the end of the broadcast? I always like to end off if anything needs to be plugged or anything like that.
No, just thanks for having me on. Yeah, do tune in with Formula Scout for everything Formula 2 and below. This year, I don't know how our coverage is going to work this year with so much going on and work and everything, but we'll manage one way or another.
It's going to be great, and you're going to be a great year. Oh, just quickly plug your Twitter because somebody's asking to follow.
Craig_Willard, WOOLLARD.
Fantastic. Thank you, Craig. Thank you for joining me. I'll see you hopefully on a broadcast soon and hopefully in real life as well.
Yep, excellent. Right, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And the session concludes. And now we have to wait, and we'll be back tomorrow morning at 6:50 in the morning as well, GMT time, for the final day of pre-season testing. Thank you very much for joining me across all 8 hours. It has been absolutely fantastic. I have enjoyed everything. My thanks today to Ian Burch, to Megan Burch, and as well to Matteo of Ribosome for joining me, and especially to Craig for the last hour of commentary. It's Valtteri Bottas who tops the second day of practice, but was Mercedes really that strong? That's the question that we need to answer. Let's see what day 3 will bring. Have a very good evening. Goodbye from us all here.